After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju immediately entered the simulation trial and fought the current Jiang Yi. He was insta-killed. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju immediately entered the simulation trial and fought the current Jiang Yi. He was insta-killed. Han Ju was disappointed. Is this an immortal emperor? Amazing. Murong Qi had fought so many immortal emperors alone. He was truly impressive. Han Ju perked up and continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. He would use Jiang Yi as a standard in the future. Now that Han Ju had a goal, his fighting spirit was ignited and he became more energetic in his cultivation. Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor sat on the Emperor's throne and instructed, Divine General, go teach Jiang Yi a lesson. Treat it as a spar. The Divine General immediately accepted the order and left. The Heavenly Emperor looked at the other person in the hall. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Court. Long Jun. Between you and Jiang Yi, who is more talented? The Heavenly Emperor asked. Long Jun said expressionlessly, we're on par. I became an emperor earlier than him. He's not my match for the time being. The Heavenly Emperor smiled in satisfaction. As expected of the son he valued the most. Long Jun asked curiously, Father, where did Han Ju come from? The story he told was clearly about the Magus demon Calamity, but he changed the character names. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. I can't tell you his background, but one thing is certain. His only backing now is the Heavenly Court. Long Jun was deep in thought. He continued, I heard that Profound Truth Divine Emperor has entered the Heavenly Court. Can you hand him to me? I'll help him quickly recover his cultivation from his previous life. At the mention of Profound Truth Divine Emperor, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Don't disturb him for the time being. He's in seclusion, the Heavenly Emperor said casually. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. Long Jun looked regretful. The Heavenly Emperor smiled without saying anything. Profound Truth Divine Emperor was truly a good signboard. Previously, Long Jun rarely returned to the Heavenly Court. Now, it was obvious that he was coming back for the Profound Truth Divine Emperor. Divine Palace, I will devour you soon. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes flickered with ambition. In the blink of an eye. 50 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation level kept increasing steadily. Today, he challenged Jiang Yi and was finally not insta-killed. He could withstand 3 moves. Don't underestimate these 3 moves. There were no emotions in the simulation trial. They fought at full strength. He had to face Jiang Yi with all his might. Han Ju was very satisfied with his progress. Perhaps when he reached a point where he could no longer strengthen himself, he would become an immortal emperor. How talented was Jiang Yi? If Han Ju could fight Jiang Yi at the Golden Immortal Realm, he would be the strongest immortal emperor no matter how he stepped into the immortal emperor realm. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to celebrate. He checked his emails, wondering how his friends were doing. Your disciple Su Qi was abducted by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has become a ghost deity. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Murong Qi was attacked by heavenly troops, X190421. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has comprehended the heavenly Tao and a cultivation technique. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by your good friend Divine General. He was severely injured. Your enemy Nine-Tailed Demon Empress has lost 100,000 years of lifespan because of your curse. She has developed a mental demon. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by a true devil, X49. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Jiang Yi was injured by the Divine General. Visit Light Novel World. For a better user experience. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor was helping him? Han Ju's favorability with the Heavenly Emperor increased. His current favorability was 5 stars. He continued reading. Most of his friends were fine. They were doing well. He checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that there were fewer portraits. They were from some low-level immortals from the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and the Heavenly Court. There were always deaths on the path of cultivation. Hanju was a little melancholic, but not sad. The ones he paid special attention to were still alive. It was worth mentioning that Yang Tiandong's portrait was long gone. After reincarnation, without the memories of his previous life, his favorable impression of Hanju naturally disappeared. However, Hanju could sense the 6 paths insignia in his soul. Under Meng Po's arrangements, Yang Tiandong reincarnated in the reroll world and was born in the heavenly immortal manner. The top potential in the mortal world was really not worth mentioning. Meng Po waved her hand, and Yang Tiandong became a prodigy in the mortal world. This was also why most ascenders became mediocre after entering the immortal world. The geniuses of the mortal world and the geniuses of the immortal world were worlds apart. Several months later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune. He came to the 9 Heavens Galaxy Water. Ever since Li Yao came to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain, the 9 Heavens Galaxy Water no longer reflected her. Hanju began to look forward to it reflecting the next sun of heaven and earth. Master, I've mastered the 2nd level of the Heavenly Sword Dao. Can you teach me the 3rd level? Dao Comprehension Sword suddenly asked with anticipation. Hanju glanced at her. Her current realm had already reached the Mahayana realm, and she was only a step away from becoming a loose immortal. You can become a loose immortal first, Hanju said in a low voice. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded. Currently, the weakest person in the hidden sect was at the Mahayana realm, including Zhou Mingyue and the Black Hell Chicken. The reason why Dao Comprehension Sword's cultivation level was slow was that she was cultivating the Heavenly Sword Dao. It was all thanks to the spirit chi on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain that she could cultivate so quickly. It far exceeded any place in the world. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. If Ji Xianshan was born on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain, he would probably ascend to the perfected Mahayana realm in less than 500 years. Chu Shiren often skived and kept his cultivation level above Zhou Mingyue's. This made Zhou Mingyue very depressed. He always almost surpassed his master. The 8 Calabash brothers had already begun to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. The strongest was still Li Yao, followed by Long Hao, who was at the mid-stage Grand Unity Heaven Immortal realm. Hanju was very satisfied with their cultivation speed. He returned to the bed to cultivate. On this day, Taoist 9 Cauldrons came to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain and wanted to visit Hanju, but he was stopped. Sect Master, you can tell us if you have anything to say, Sun Chang'an said. Taoist 9 Cauldrons was secretly shocked. What cultivation level was this kid at now? Why couldn't he see through it? The Jade Pure Sacred Sect is about to hold a Dao exchange meeting, and we plan to invite the cultivation world of the 10 states and 9 dynasties to participate. I wonder if Elder Han can participate? Taoist 9 Cauldrons asked shamelessly. Sun Chang'an shook his head, causing Taoist 9 Cauldrons' heart to skip a beat. Sun Chang'an said meaningfully, Sect Master, from now on, don't think about my master anymore. If the Jade Pure Sacred Sect is in trouble, we will help. Master won't make a move anymore. There are differences between mortals and immortals. His words almost suffocated Taoist 9 Cauldrons. He had guessed this before, so he didn't dare to disturb Hanju. This time, the sect had begged him to come, so he had come under pressure. That's right. In the eyes of my master, all living beings in the mortal world are equal. Don't fawn on him in the future. The Black Hell Chicken smiled smugly. Taoist 9 Cauldrons was embarrassed and troubled. Sun Chang'an looked at Zhou Mingyue and said, Mingyue, represent our hidden sect to attend the Dao meeting. Zhou Mingyue frowned, but he didn't dare to refuse. After all, Sun Chang'an was a senior. Hidden sect. Taoist Nine Cauldrons caught this name. Elder Han had established his own sect. Taoist Nine Cauldrons felt uncomfortable. But on second thought, Elder Han was already extraordinary, and the hidden sect wouldn't be a mortal sect. His emotions became complicated. In the end, it turned into a sigh. Follow current novel on Light Novel World. He was suddenly confused. If he cultivated diligently like Han Ju, would he have also surpassed mortals now? Read at Wuxia World. EU. Inside the Khanate Cave Abode. Inside the Khanate Cave Abode. Han Ju felt the aura of Taoist Nine Cauldrons leaving and sighed slightly. He couldn't drive the Jade Pure Sacred Sect forward forever. He never owed them anything. The current Jade Pure Sacred Sect was even more foreign to him. His old friends were all gone. Li Qingzi was dead. Taoist Jingxu was also dead. Fairy Shi Xian was outside all year round, and her relationship with the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was also becoming thinner. Xing Hongxian and Chang Yuer were even more so. Time would erase many things, including feelings. This is what I have to give up to pursue the path of longevity. Han Ju thought silently, and his Tao heart became more determined. One day, perhaps even some disciples of the hidden sect would become more distant from him. No matter how dense the immortal chi of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain was, it was impossible for one to cultivate to the Emperor realm here. Even in the heavenly court, newcomers would take the place of old immortals. Han Ju continued cultivating and comprehending the great Tao of life and death. As his understanding of the great Tao of life and death deepened, he could also use it in battle. 10 years later, Han Ju could withstand 5 moves from Jiang Yi. 30 years later, Han Ju could last for 5 minutes. 50 years later, Han Ju could last for an hour, but he couldn't beat an immortal emperor in a battle of attrition. For 50 years, he had been cultivating in seclusion and did not curse any enemies. He enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger. Visit Light Novel World. For a better user experience on this day. Liu Bei sent a telepathic message, "Master, that fellow is here." Han Ju opened his eyes, and his essence soul jumped into the Sword Dao River. From afar, he saw Liu Bei being blocked by 2 figures. This scene was a little like the scene of students getting bullied after school in his previous life. The moment he saw Han Ju, Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The true master of the Sword Dao River is here." The 2 figures turned around. Han Ju could see their true faces. A handsome youth in high spirits and a cold and calm middle-aged Taoist. "May I know what's the matter?" Han Ju asked. At the same time, he controlled the Sword Dao River to isolate the 4 of them from the figures coming and going. Countless sword cultivators came to the Sword Dao River. If they saw them arguing, it would not be good. The middle-aged Taoist said, "I heard from my disciple that the Sword Dao River has a new master and specially came to befriend him. May I know what relationship you have with Zhang Guxing?" Han Ju replied, "He can be considered a good friend. If not for the fact that he had no choice, he wouldn't have handed me the Sword Dao River." The middle-aged Taoist nodded slightly. He had also heard of the grudge between Zhang Guxing and the Divine Palace. The handsome young man sized him up and smiled. "Senior, do you have a sect? If not, why don't you join our Jia school?" The reason why he had pestered Liu Bei in the past was that he felt that Liu Bei didn't have a powerful background. If the Jia school could control the Sword Dao River, they could establish a connection with many talented sword cultivators and help absorb an endless stream of sword cultivators. Han Ju estimated that the middle-aged Taoist should be a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The 2 of them couldn't make him nervous. Since that was the case, there was nothing to be afraid of. "I'm from the Heavenly Court," Han Ju said bluntly. Their expressions changed slightly. Heavenly Court. Not long ago, the Jia school had attacked the Heavenly Court and was completely wiped out. This matter caused a huge blow to them, making many people realize that the era that belonged to the Jie school had long passed. The two of them fell silent. Hanju cautiously scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, in case enemies were lurking in the dark. "Let's go." The middle-aged Taoist waved his sleeve. The handsome youth wanted to say something but was pulled away. Updated at Light Novel World. They left just like that. Hanju showed a frown. Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that they would fight. Hanju waited for a while but didn't receive any hatred points. He chatted with Liu Bei for a while before returning to the Khanate cave abode. For some reason, Hanju felt uneasy. Recently, the Jie school had been too active. He could even encounter them in the Sword Dao River. Hanju thought for a moment and took out the Heavenly Dao token to contact Di Tai Bai. His divine sense quickly established a connection. "How have you been, senior?" Hanju asked politely. Ever since Di Tai Bai was severely injured, they had not contacted each other. Di Tai Bai smiled and said, "Not bad. You haven't looked for me for a long time. When have you been recently?" Hanju didn't hide anything and told him what happened. "Humph, I didn't expect that the Jie school would still not give up. They actually targeted the Sword Dao River. How foolish." Di Tai Bai snorted with disdain. He consoled, "You don't have to worry. The Jie school is burdened with great karma. If they attack in the Sword Dao River, they will suffer heavenly punishment." "What great karma?" "In the past, they ruled the immortal world. They had countless disciples of all races. They even wanted to control the worlds in the mortal world and cause a huge war to trigger the immeasurable calamity. Countless living beings who died turned into karmic forces that tortured the Jie school for countless generations." Hanju felt his scalp tingle. Being tortured for countless generations was equivalent to countless living beings cursing the Jie school with the Book of Misfortune every day. Di Tai Bai continued, "Next, I will pressure the Jie school. They've just suffered greatly against the heavenly court and don't dare to resist." Hanju was finally relieved. The two of them chatted for a while more before ending the conversation. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies. 30 years later. Hanju's cultivation improved again, and he was now on par with Jiang Yi. Hanju could already be sure that it was harder for him to break through to the immortal emperor realm than others, but his upper limit would definitely be higher. He had yet to break through to the emperor realm, but he could already fight on par with an immortal emperor. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. In fact, his sparring partner was Jiang Yi. If it was another existence who had just entered the immortal emperor realm, he might be able to kill the guy. Hanju was looking forward to the effect of his continuous cultivation. He set a small goal. He wanted the strength to kill an immortal emperor before stepping into the emperor realm. Hanju felt that it was very possible. At this moment, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the providence of the heavenly court has transformed. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and join the heavenly court to share the providence. You can obtain a heavenly Dao spirit stone, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Avoid this opportunity and you can obtain a great Dao fragment. Without another word, Hanju chose not to ascend and successfully obtained a great Dao fragment. Although he didn't understand what the heavenly court was doing, joining them would definitely cause endless trouble. He wanted to continue cultivating. The heavenly court is preparing to activate the heavenly cycle stars array and gather the providence of the heavenly Dao to help the immortals increase their cultivation level. You should come too. The heavenly emperor's voice entered his ears. Hanju hesitated for a moment and thought, Your Majesty, I'm going into seclusion, so I won't go to the heavenly court. Thank you for your kind intentions. Increasing your providence can help you find the emperor realm Dao. There's really no need. My cultivation can still become stronger. You can still become stronger. Wait. The Heavenly Emperor was shocked, and his tone changed. Hanju was shocked. Why are you so shocked? You have the aura of chaos in your body. Could it be that you have a chaotic physique? How is that possible? The Heavenly Emperor exclaimed. This was the first time Hanju heard him so surprised. Updated at Light Novel World. Hanju asked carefully, what's the chaotic physique? Read at Wuxia World. EU. The chaotic physique is a physique outside of the heavenly Tao. Before the heavenly Tao, there was chaos. To be able to obtain a chaotic physique under the heavenly Tao, what's your background? The chaotic physique is a physique outside of the heavenly Tao. Before the heavenly Tao, there was chaos. To be able to obtain a chaotic physique under the heavenly Tao, what's your background? The Heavenly Emperor's tone was solemn. The entire heavenly court didn't have anyone with the chaotic physique. I'm just an ordinary mortal. What background do I have? Is the chaotic physique very rare? Or am I the only one? This question was very important. The former represented strong opponents, while the latter represented invincibility. The Divine Palace has a chaotic physique. It can be said to be world-shattering. Millions of years ago, it shocked the myriad worlds. He's the main reason for the Divine Palace to exist today, the Heavenly Emperor said slowly with an unfathomable tone. Divine Palace again. Why did Hanju feel that the Divine Palace was the most impressive in the immortal world? There were all kinds of prodigies and all kinds of monsters. Hanju immediately said in his heart, one day, I will surpass that person in the Divine Palace and help the Heavenly Court become stronger. At this moment, he had to make his stand clear. Otherwise, it would attract the Heavenly Emperor's fear. The better the Heavenly Emperor treated him, the more ruthless he would be if he betrayed him. The Heavenly Emperor did not reply. Hanju was nervous. This was not the first time he had rejected the Heavenly Emperor. Would the Heavenly Emperor be angry? Humph, so be it if you don't come. If you said you had the chaotic physique earlier, I would have let Tai Bai give you a treasure. It's useful for your cultivation. The Heavenly Emperor snorted. Hanju quickly thanked him. The Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything else. Dao Comprehension Sword saw Hanju suddenly stand up and bow. She asked in surprise, Master, what are you doing? Hanju said, there are gods everywhere. I'm praying for them to protect me. Aren't you a god yourself? Do you have to provoke me? What do you mean? Say, I was wrong, 10,000 times. Ha. Updated at Light Novel World. Hurry up. Otherwise, get out. Alright, Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips in grievance and began to say over and over again that she was wrong. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. 3 years later. Tai Bai sent over a scroll of Dao technique. He didn't say much and left after sending it over. Hanju held the scroll in his hand and sat on the bed. There were no words on the scroll, and he needed to use his divine sense. Hanju probed the scroll with his divine sense. Bu-Mei memory surged into Hanju's mind like a river breaking through a dam. Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering Technique. This was a body tempering technique suitable for the chaotic physique. It was extremely profound and could stimulate the potential of the chaotic physique. After a few days, Hanju finally sorted it out. He was very surprised. Good stuff. This cultivation technique did not require external forces. It used one's dermic powers to temper one's physique. Although the process was complicated, the prerequisite was simple. Hanju immediately started to cultivate the Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering Technique. It was very difficult to overcome the initial hurdle. Fortunately, he was very talented and only took half a year to succeed. The six paths' dermic powers tempered the stellar primordial body, causing Han Ju's aura to become extremely oppressive, startling Dao Comprehension Sword. She felt uncomfortable from the pressure. After suffering for a period of time, Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't take it anymore and chose to leave the cave abode. Tu Linger hadn't gone out recently. Seeing her come out, she asked curiously, "Why did you come out?" "Dao Comprehension Sword Dao, Master seems to be breaking through. The pressure inside is too strong. I can't withstand it." "Breakthrough?" The others opened their eyes. Why did it feel like Han Ju was always breaking through? Long Hao sighed. "Master is really powerful. I feel afraid every time I face him." Ever since Han Ju pulled him into the void to teach him a lesson, he had been very afraid of him. Try the light novel world. Com platform for the most advanced reading experience. "Ha, Master might have surpassed the immortal god realm already," the Black Hell Chicken said smugly, as if it was the one breaking through and not Han Ju. The others sighed. At the same time, far above the 9 heavens of the immortal world, the Heavenly Emperor smiled. "Good kid. It's really the chaotic physique. The Heavenly Court is really going to rise now," the Heavenly Emperor muttered to himself as his smile grew wider. How many years had it been? He had finally waited for such a prodigy. Every time he heard about the shocking battle achievements of the geniuses of the Divine Palace, he would appear indifferent on the surface, but he was extremely envious inside. Although the Divine General was mighty, he was still inferior to a certain monster of the Divine Palace. For example, the profound truth Divine Emperor wasn't the strongest in the Divine Palace, but he could make the Divine General and Long Jun worship him. This could show the difference between the two factions. The foundation of the Heavenly Court was stronger. It had the 4 extreme emperors, the 24 stellar lords, and other ancient gods guarding it. However, the future potential of the Divine Palace was greater. They had countless geniuses. The Heavenly Emperor was extremely happy when he thought of Han Ju's growth. He immediately summoned Di Tai Bai. Soon, Di Tai Bai arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor instructed, "Think of a way to increase the providence and strength of the reroll world. I want to make it one of the top 50 mortal worlds on the Heavenly Dao tablet." Di Tai Bai was stunned and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, won't this destroy the balance?" The reroll world had risen too quickly. Most importantly, Han Ju was completely indifferent. Why would he do so much for a mortal guardian? Geniuses need fame. He also needs to do something for the Heavenly Court in return, the Heavenly Emperor said calmly. Di Tai Bai immediately smiled as if he understood. 10 years later, Han Ju's stellar primordial body had transformed. His dermic powers were tempering his physique and becoming stronger at the same time. He even felt that the Heavenly Cycle body tempering technique was stronger than the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Of course, the Heavenly Cycle body tempering technique was only suitable for the chaotic physique. It couldn't produce dermic powers and could only allow the dermic powers to increase on their own. Visit Light Novel World. Com, for the best novel reading experience. Han Ju began the simulation trial and fought Jiang Yi. 2 hours later, Han Ju opened his eyes. Although he was still defeated, he clearly felt that Jiang Yi was no longer invincible. He surpassed him halfway through the battle. He was another step closer to insta-killing Jiang Yi. Satisfied, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy. Ever since Su Qi left the Great Desolate Sacred Dynasty, Han Ju couldn't be bothered to curse the entire dynasty. But he didn't forget the 9-tailed Demon Empress, the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Rage Buddha, Yu Tianbao, and the other enemies. However, in the past few years, no enemies had been cursed to death by him. He still had some regrets. Han Ju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Nothing major had happened recently. It was quite peaceful. Pretty good. Han Ju's wish was world peace. Several months later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and called Tao Comprehension Sword in. He was about to speak when he felt something and hurriedly took out the heavenly Tao token. The token heated up again and trembled. Han Ju was speechless. He threw the heavenly Tao token aside and let it shake. It was probably the old heavenly emperor messing with him. He wanted to raise the ranking of the reroll world and attract powerful enemies to him so that he could help resolve the problem. Han Ju wasn't too conflicted about this, especially since he had just obtained the heavenly cycle body tempering technique. He really should contribute to the heavenly court. As long as it was not an immortal emperor, he could do anything. If an immortal emperor came and the heavenly emperor didn't help, he could only run. His life was the top priority, everything else was second place. Han Ju thought silently. Master, the Fusang tree's branches began shaking half a year ago. Tao Comprehension Sword said solemnly. She wanted to come in half a year ago, but Han Ju didn't say anything. She was afraid of being hurt by his pressure, so she kept waiting. Follow current novel on Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju showed a frown. Tao Comprehension Sword continued, the Black Hell Chicken, Ada, and Xiao Air are all on the tree, but it's useless. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju brought Tao Comprehension Sword out of the Khanate cave abode and arrived in front of the Fusang tree. He discovered that the branches of the Fusang tree were shaking violently. More than one branch was shaking. Han Ju brought Tao Comprehension Sword out of the Khanate cave abode and arrived in front of the Fusang tree. He discovered that the branches of the Fusang tree were shaking violently. More than one branch was shaking. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce who was shaking the Fusang tree. Soon, he saw a sinister dragon head roaring at him, interrupting his deduction. Dragon? No. Like a dragon but not a dragon. What was the Fusang tree attracting? Han Ju continued to deduce. Just like before, he was snapped by the mysterious dragon head. Forget it. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Han Ju shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to think about it. If an immortal emperor attacked, the heavenly emperor would definitely come. Anyone below the immortal emperor realm would be killed. Han 8 suddenly came in front of Han Ju and bowed respectfully. Master, I can feel that the Fusang tree is panicking. You can sense its emotions? Han Ju asked curiously. Although the Fusang tree had been growing, it had not developed intelligence. Han 8 nodded. Han Ju smiled and said, then, think of a way to comfort it. Don't worry. No matter who comes, they won't be able to harm it. With that, he turned around and left. To the 8 Calabash brothers, the Fusang tree was equivalent to their mother. They were born from it. The others discussed again. There was an example before. If the Fusang tree shook, it would definitely attract the enemy. Ada and Xiao Air were attracted by the Fusang tree and almost died in Han Ju's hands. They were still terrified when they recalled it. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju continued to cultivate the heavenly cycle body tempering technique. Several years later, Han Ju was 2,500 years old. This was considered his birthday. Deciding to celebrate, he took out the Book of Misfortune. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. Calm. The Fusang tree wasn't shaking as violently as before, but it still shook from time to time. Han Ju cursed as he checked the experts near the reroll world. He was surprised to discover that Divine Lord Wuda had left. Apart from that, no enemies had infiltrated the reroll world for the time being. Han Ju continued cultivating after cursing all the enemies. On the other side, in a temple, the white-robed Buddha was meditating and reciting the scriptures. His expression changed from painful to cheerful and sinister at times. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled. He frowned and gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it. This devil heart can't be dispersed at all. Is Buddha suspecting me again? The white-robed Buddha felt uneasy. He adjusted his emotions and continued cultivating. He didn't notice when a ball of invisible black chi descended from the sky and entered the top of his head. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years passed. With the help of the heavenly cycle body tempering technique, Han Ju's body kept growing stronger, and his dermic powers increased exponentially. In the simulation trial, Han Ju fought for 2 hours before finally killing Jiang Yi. He was extremely excited. Jiang Yi was an immortal emperor. The next time he saw him, he didn't have to be so humble. Han Ju was satisfied. He was very much looking forward to stepping into the immortal emperor realm. He could kill an immortal emperor before he even became one. How powerful would he be when he reached the emperor realm? Even Han Ju himself found it terrifying. Han Ju habitually checked the world and suddenly saw a message: visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience, Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil, Cultivation Unknown. From the Chaos, Unknown Cultivation Level. Immortal Emperor. Shocked, Han Ju hurriedly used the simulation trial. A second later, he opened his eyes with a strange expression. This primordial chaos heavenly devil was actually in the form of a remnant soul. It couldn't withstand a single blow from him. What happened? How dare he barge into the reroll world? Han Ju immediately checked his location. He discovered that the primordial chaos heavenly devil was actually on the white-robed Buddha. The white-robed Buddha was in seclusion, but his face was dark, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. Something was wrong. Was he being possessed? Han Ju immediately stood up and moved to the white-robed Buddha's temple. He directly broke through the restriction in the temple and arrived in front of the white-robed Buddha. He raised his hand and used the 6-path soul absorption technique, wanting to suck the primordial chaos heavenly devil out. What are you doing? A voice followed, filled with fear. Han Ju ignored him and forcefully sucked the primordial chaos heavenly devil out. As the ball of black gas flew out of the white-robed Buddha's body, it turned into black mist and exploded, filling the temple. Han Ju clearly felt a terrifying killing intent envelop him. He stomped his right foot and executed the reincarnation sword intent to disperse it. He then used the 6-path soul absorption technique again and sucked it into the depths of his essence soul. The countless stars of the stellar primordial body burst forth with terrifying dermic powers, turning into chains that bound the primordial chaos heavenly devil. Who are you? What are you doing? Let me go. Han Ju ignored the primordial chaos heavenly devil's roar and looked at the white-robed Buddha. The black aura dissipated, and the white-robed Buddha revealed himself. His complexion began to recover. The white-robed Buddha slowly opened his eyes and was shocked when he saw Han Ju. He asked cautiously, "Fellow Taoist Sun Quan, what's the matter?" New novel chapters are published here, Light Novel World. Han Ju stared at him and asked, "Do you know the primordial chaos heavenly devil?" The white-robed Buddha shook his head. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. "What did you see just now?" the white-robed Buddha asked nervously. Han Ju said expressionlessly, "If I didn't come, you would have already been possessed." Hearing that, the white-robed Buddha broke out in a cold sweat. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. "It's fine if you don't want to say it." Han Ju turned around and prepared to leave. The white-robed Buddha hurriedly shouted, "Wait. I'll talk." Since Han Ju could save him, he naturally wouldn't harm him. In addition, the two of them were connected by providence now. The white-robed Buddha felt that there was no need to hide it. He might even be able to obtain Han Ju's help. "I don't know any primordial chaos heavenly devil, but the Buddhist sect has a devil heart that every disciple has to nurture. This is a method the Buddhist sect uses to prevent their disciples from betraying them. The primordial chaos heavenly devil you mentioned might be the devil heart given to me by the heavenly Tao Buddha." The white-robed Buddha sighed. Han Ju was even more surprised. The Buddhist sect nurtured the devil heart. What kind of reverse cliché was this? The white-robed Buddha continued, I'm not sure about the origins of the devil heart. Every disciple has a different devil heart. As their cultivation progresses, the devil heart will also become stronger. Powerful Buddhas can even use the devil heart as a means of combat. However, you know my background. I dislike the devil heart. He sighed. Han Ju said, I've already taken your devil heart. The white-robed Buddha was stunned and hurriedly checked his body. He was pleasantly surprised. He really took it away. Impossible. The devil heart was very difficult to remove. Han Ju turned around and left. The white-robed Buddha gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt behind Han Ju. He kowtowed heavily and said, Thank you for your help, Senior. I owe you my life. Removing the devil heart was equivalent to giving him a new life. White-robed Buddha's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Ju waved his hand and disappeared without looking back. He quickly returned to the Khanate cave abode. He sat on the bed and began to check on the primordial chaos heavenly devil whose soul had been imprisoned. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Tell me your background. Han Ju's voice sounded, startling the primordial chaos heavenly devil. The primordial chaos heavenly devil was like a ghost. Its entire body was black, making it difficult to see its true appearance. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Who are you? Primordial chaos heavenly devil asked angrily. Han Ju asked, if you don't answer, you can die. Who are you? Primordial chaos heavenly devil asked angrily. Han Ju asked, if you don't answer, you can die. The billions of stars in the depths of his soul began to tremble, emitting a terrifying pressure that drowned out the primordial chaos heavenly devil. Wait. I'll talk. I'll talk. Primordial chaos heavenly devil shouted in horror, trembling in fear. Han Ju retracted his pressure and stared at the primordial chaos heavenly devil. Primordial chaos heavenly devil has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Han Ju looked at the aggro notification in front of him and waited for the primordial chaos heavenly devil to speak. Primordial chaos heavenly devil calmed down and said, I'm from the heavenly court, primordial chaos heavenly devil. Han Ju suddenly shouted, scaring him. Primordial chaos heavenly devil was shocked. How did this person know his name? Han Ju silently pulled out his interpersonal relationships and checked the primordial chaos heavenly devil's origin. Primordial chaos heavenly devil, cultivation unknown. Comes from the chaotic forbidden zone. The devil race of the ancient era was defeated in the immeasurable calamity and then expelled from the heavenly Tao. Later, in another immeasurable calamity, they were summoned by the Buddhist sect. The primordial chaos heavenly devil is connected to the white-robed Buddha's devil heart. Because the white-robed Buddha is about to become an emperor, he came from beyond the heavens and wanted to possess him. Because you stopped this, he is filled with hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars, it was really the devil race. Ancient devils. Why did it feel like the Buddhist sect was the major villain? The Grand Buddha was actually a devil in disguise. Primordial chaos heavenly devil said through gritted teeth, I came from the chaotic forbidden zone. I was summoned by the Buddhist sect's devil heart and avoided the heavenly secrets to arrive in the mortal world. Han Ju listened patiently. The information was similar to what he had seen using the system. Han Ju asked, what's the relationship between the Buddhist sect and the devil race? Primordial chaos heavenly devil said, I'm not sure either. Ever since my consciousness was born, I've been floating alone in the chaotic forbidden zone, waiting for the devil heart to summon me. The ancestor left me very few memories and only told me to wait. There are countless other heavenly devils like me. Countless? No wonder it became a forbidden zone. Hanju thought silently. Let me go. I won't return again. Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil said solemnly. He didn't sound like a prisoner at all. Hanju said faintly, you're full of hatred towards me. It's very difficult for me to let you go. New novel chapters are published here, Light Novel World. Calm, impossible. You didn't kill me. How can I hate you? But I can feel it. Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil panicked. Why was this person so difficult to deal with? Hanju was also hesitating about how to deal with this fellow. Should he directly kill or keep him for future use? Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju looked at the message that suddenly appeared in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. What a talent! Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil said, I don't have any hatred towards you now. I'm even grateful. He sounded very firm. Hanju remained silent. Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil looked calm, but he was panicking. Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars, this fellow is toxic. Hanju still couldn't trust him completely. This change in emotions was too fast and dangerous. You should stay here and reflect. With that, Hanju withdrew his consciousness. With the stellar primordial body restricting the primordial chaos heavenly devil, let alone possessing him, the primordial chaos heavenly devil had no chance of escaping. Hanju opened his eyes and discovered something. It was too easy for him to absorb the primordial chaos heavenly devil. It was as if he was holding chopsticks. If it was really that simple, would the white-robed Buddha be affected? Was he too strong? He thought carefully and felt that it might be because of the stellar primordial body. The most up-to-date novels are published here, Light Novel World. Calm ever since he had cultivated the heavenly cycle body tempering technique, he could clearly sense the terror of his body. Everything in the world seemed fragile in his perception. Even without using his dermic powers, he could shatter the entire mortal world with a single palm. Hanju expelled Tao Comprehension Sword and asked, is the Heavenly Emperor here? After a while, the Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded, what is it? Do you know the relationship between the Buddhist sect and the devil race? Oh. Why do you ask? Hanju didn't hide anything and revealed the matter about the primordial chaos heavenly devil and the white-robed Buddha. The Heavenly Emperor did not reply immediately. Hanju waited patiently. After a while, the Heavenly Emperor said, this matter cannot be spread. I actually already know about the Buddhist sect being corroded by the devils. Even the Divine Palace and the Demon Court know. This is also the reason why the devils can survive until now. Hanju asked in surprise, why didn't the 3 forces join forces to eradicate the Buddhist sect? There are sages in the Buddhist sect, and there's more than one. Hanju remained silent. I see. The Heavenly Emperor said, it's not only the Buddhists. The Demon Court, the Divine Palace, and even the Heavenly Court all hide unimaginable powers. This is also the reason why the 4 factions suppressed the immortal world. When you reach the deity realm, you will understand everything. Deity realm. Hanju was secretly shocked. He had to be careful in the future. He had to hide when he reached the deity realm. Otherwise, trouble would follow. How's your cultivation? The Heavenly Emperor asked. Not bad. Thank you for the treasure, Your Majesty. Yes, cultivate well and strive to surpass Jiang Yi as soon as possible. It's difficult, but I'll try. After the conversation ended, Hanju called Tao Comprehension Sword back in and continued cultivating. On the other side, try the Light Novel World. Calm platform for the most advanced reading experience. In a huge golden palace. The Heavenly Tao Buddha slowly opened his eyes and observed the myriad worlds in the universe. Sensing something, he said faintly, "White-robed Buddha, you betrayed me and the Buddhist sect in the end. Forget it." He raised his hand and struck out a Buddhist seal, quickly rushing out of the hall. Before long, a burly figure emitting a golden light entered the hall. In the golden light, his figure was domineering. His true appearance could not be seen, but behind him, a huge pillar that far exceeded his size could be seen. Victorious Fighting Buddha, White-robed Buddha and Supreme Buddha have betrayed the Buddhist sect. I'll send you to exterminate them. Heavenly Tao Buddha instructed, his voice resounding in the hall like a bell. The Victorious Fighting Buddha said in a low voice, "Amitabha." With that, he turned around and left, quickly disappearing from the hall. He didn't even ask why or where they were. Heavenly Tao Buddha slowly closed his eyes. 30 years went by. Han Ju's cultivation increased greatly. It took him less than an hour to kill Jiang Yi now. His dermic powers were several times stronger than before. The billions of stars in the depths of his soul lit up as the great Tao of life and death filled them. Han Ju now grasped the power of the great Tao of life and death. After injecting his dermic powers into it, his lethality increased greatly. Not only that, but Han Ju also felt a ball of qi in his body. This qi was very similar to the qi in the heaven-mending stone's body, but also slightly different. Chaotic qi. Han Ju couldn't help but think of what the Heavenly Emperor had said. He looked forward to his future even more. Just as he was fantasizing, the white-robed Buddha's voice sounded, "Senior, can you come out and talk?" Han Ju showed a frown. What did this fellow want now? After thinking about it, Han Ju still decided to go out and meet him. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for a better reading experience, he came to the forest and saw the white-robed Buddha. After the primordial chaos heavenly devil was sucked away, the white-robed Buddha regained his former glory and became even more handsome. Read at Wuxia World. EU. What is it? Han Ju stared at the white-robed Buddha and asked. He carefully sized him up and felt that his cultivation level had increased. What is it? Han Ju stared at the white-robed Buddha and asked. He carefully sized him up and felt that his cultivation level had increased. He had to try the simulation trial when he returned. It had been too long since he had been taken seriously. He didn't want to be overtaken by this fellow. The white-robed Buddha said nervously, "The Victorious Fighting Buddha is coming to kill me and your grand disciple." Victorious Fighting Buddha. Han Ju's expression turned strange, and he asked, "Sun Wukong?" "What Sun Wukong?" "Oh, is the Victorious Fighting Buddha very strong?" "Very strong. He's the leader of the younger generation of the Buddhist sect. He became an immortal emperor at 1,000,000 years old. 1,000,000 years old is still considered young." "Of course. In short, he's very strong. I can't defeat him. The Supreme Buddha is now a reincarnated person, so he can't defeat him either." Han Ju fell into deep thought. The white-robed Buddha asked nervously, "Can you ask the Divine General to help? Otherwise, the two of us won't be able to stop him." The mention of the Victorious Fighting Buddha terrified him. Han Ju asked in surprise, "Is he really that terrifying?" "Yes. Previously, in the battle of Buddhism, he defeated 1,000 bodhisattvas and dozens of Buddhas. In the end, he was defeated by the Buddha ancestor." "Yes, I understand. Go back and cultivate." "Thank you." The white-robed Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ju returned to the Connate cave abode. He first came to a simulation trial with the white-robed Buddha. Instant kill. Sigh. It was meaningless. Han Ju chased Tao Comprehension Sword out and called the Heavenly Emperor to tell him about the Victorious Fighting Buddha. "I understand. I'll get the Divine General to stop him." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Han Ju thanked him and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy. The Heavenly Emperor shouldn't be able to see the scene in the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. Otherwise, when Han Ju cursed the immortal gods, he would have long been furious. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. If Han Ju didn't mention him, he probably wouldn't be able to contact him directly. Han Ju couldn't understand this method for the time being. He called Dao Comprehension Sword back in and continued cultivating. 7 years later. An old friend came to visit him. Elder Huang Zuantian of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, who was once the sect master of the Raincoat Sect, was sent by Han Ju to be a spy in the Nine Dragons Sect. In the end, he directly seized the position. Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still let him into the cave abode. No matter what, Huang Zuantian was still his subordinate. He had joined the Jade Pure Sacred Sect to please him. Huang Zuantian knelt in front of Han Ju excitedly and kowtowed several times. Dao Comprehension Sword looked at him curiously. To be able to make Han Ju make an exception to receive him, who was this person? Senior, I've already reached the Mahayana realm. Can I join the hidden sect? I can put down everything, including my authority in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. I've already contributed enough to the sect, more than the sect master, Shao Yi, and Lu Bumi, Huang Zuantian asked carefully. Han Ju stared at him and didn't say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Huang Zuantian was also a talent. Han Ju said, "Do you want to serve me or cultivate on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain?" Huang Zuantian was stunned. "Of course I want to serve you." Han Ju nodded and smiled. "You can cultivate outside. In 100 years, you will ascend. At that time, I have a mission for you." Huang Zuantian was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. After he left the cave abode, Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Is his potential very strong?" "It feels average." The Mahayana realm disciples of the hidden sect weren't as weak as Huang Zuantian. "He has something outstanding about him. It has nothing to do with cultivation," Han Ju said softly before closing his eyes. Dao Comprehension Sword was even more curious. Han Ju stopped thinking about Huang Zuantian and focused on his cultivation. As Han Ju cultivated the heavenly cycle body tempering technique for longer and longer, not only did his cultivation level increase, but he also felt that the stellar primordial body was changing to be precise, it was awakening. Somehow, he felt like he was approaching a mysterious door. Once he opened that door, he might break through or receive an explosive increase in strength. If he wanted to open this door, he had to fill every star in his body with dermic powers. That day was not far away. In high spirits, Han Ju continued cultivating. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm in a dark palace. The Sword God Emperor sat on a mat. His expression was slightly pale as he looked at the kneeling man with a complicated gaze. "Su Qi, it's good that you're back," the Sword God Emperor said insincerely. Su Qi sighed. "I've been hunted by the great desolate sacred dynasty all these years, so I couldn't return immediately. I hope that palace master won't blame me." "How can that be? As long as you enter my divine palace, you will always be part of it." The Sword God Emperor smiled, but he was very annoyed inside. The great desolate sacred dynasty was too weak. They actually let Su Qi run back. Previously, on account of Han Ju, he had accepted Su Qi. He discovered that Su Qi's bad luck was indeed terrifying and could easily harm the disciples around him. Therefore, he had sent him out on missions. Thanks to the blessing of heaven, the grand desolate sacred dynasty had courted death by suppressing Su Qi. Unfortunately, after so many years, he had returned. The Sword God Emperor had a headache. How should he deal with him? "Palace Master, can I enter seclusion next?" Su Qi looked up and asked. The Sword God Emperor smiled. "Of course." That was the best answer he could hear. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries before Su Qi left. The Sword God Emperor was about to cultivate when a voice sounded in the hall. The Golden Crow Divine Clan's Jiang Yi is here to cause trouble again. Sword God Emperor, go teach him a lesson. The Sword God Emperor frowned. He cursed in his heart. Why was the Golden Crow Divine Clan so difficult to deal with? Didn't they reach a compromise previously? Why was he here again? Every time he came, he would have to face him, causing him to suffer. The Sword God Emperor sighed and stood up obediently. 20 years later. Most of the stars in Han Ju's body were filled with dermic powers. He was getting closer and closer to his limits. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies while checking his emails. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Jiang Yi. Both sides were injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was chosen by a mighty figure to obtain the inheritance. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a cultivator and was severely injured. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by evil ghosts, X259972, your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons, X287430, your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, has ascended. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by a mighty figure and was captured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. Han Ju frowned. That damned dog actually ascended and got caught. To be labeled as a mighty figure by the system, he had to be an immortal emperor. There was also the Divine General who was severely injured. Could it be that he was injured by the victorious fighting Buddha? Han Ju immediately became nervous. Was the victorious fighting Buddha so strong? Even the Divine General could not defeat him. Han Ju frowned even more. Although he was flustered, Han Ju didn't stop what he was doing. He prepared to add the victorious fighting Buddha to the curse list. In order to cause trouble, he cursed the victorious fighting Buddha for 10 days, losing 100 years of his lifespan. His heart ached. After cursing, Han Ju continued cultivating. He wanted to become an immortal emperor as soon as possible. This way, he would have the strength to fight the victorious fighting Buddha. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least escape. Half a year later. He heard a familiar voice. Sima Yi, come out and tell me a story. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Com platform. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. Why was this dog here again? Han Ju frowned and silently recorded his cultivation again. He would use it in the simulation trial in the future. He stood up and headed into the void. Dressed in a golden robe, Jiang Yi was meditating and recuperating. Han Ju clearly felt that his aura was unstable. The Sword God Emperor was really something. Thinking of him, Han Ju sighed. This good friend was too pitiful. From time to time, he would be severely injured. Han Ju said angrily, who do you think I am? You can listen to stories whenever you want to. Jiang Yi said weakly, I'm dying. Quick, tell me a story, help me breathe again. Han Ju pondered. Should he take his life while he was weak? It would be better than getting pestered all the time. Sigh, Divine Palace's Sword God Emperor is really strong. Although he stepped into the Emperor realm earlier than me, I can't defeat him. Jiang Yi sighed, but his face was filled with smugness. The Sword God Emperor was a famous expert who shocked the world. Han Ju chuckled. I can kill you even before I reach the Emperor realm. Han Ju suddenly thought of a bold idea. He smiled teasingly. Let me tell you the story of a prodigy. Prodigy? Jiang Yi replied, go ahead. Han Ju sat in front of him and said slowly, legend has it that Nuwa mended the heavens, Sun Wukong. Han Ju planned to tell Jiang Yi the story of Sun Wukong. He used all sorts of exaggerated descriptions to describe Sun Wukong's aptitude and heroism. Soon, Jiang Yi was entranced. The most up-to-date novels are published here, Light Novel World. Calm. After several hours, Han Ju finished retelling the journey to the west. Just like that, the insufferably arrogant great sage rivaling heaven became the victorious fighting Buddha of the Buddhist sect. There was no longer the wild and beautiful monkey king in the world. The Buddhist sect now had a loyal Sai. Han Ju sighed in sadness. Jiang Yi was extremely displeased and said, "You call this a prodigy? If it were me, I would rather die than submit." So the victorious fighting Buddha has such a background. No wonder he's so warlike. His nature is demonic. Han Ju felt that he had done enough. He couldn't help but ask, "What? You know the victorious fighting Buddha?" Jiang Yi snorted. "I've heard of him." "Then, who's stronger? You definitely can't defeat the victorious fighting Buddha." "Impossible. We've never fought. If we meet, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy, just like how he begged Tang Seng for mercy." Jiang Yi was annoyed and looked at Han Ju fiercely. "Do you not believe in my strength? Shall we fight?" Han Ju secretly felt disdain. "I'm afraid that your Tao heart will shatter." He pretended to be afraid and waved his hand. "How can I be your match? If you have the ability, go and challenge the victorious fighting Buddha. If you can defeat him, I can tell you stories whenever you want." Before he could insta-kill Jiang Yi, Han Ju did not want to reveal his strength. He wanted to secretly cultivate and scare him to death. "Humph. Just wait. After I recover, I'll challenge the victorious fighting Buddha," Jiang Yi said unhappily. Ever since he stepped into the emperor realm, he had been arrogant and felt that he was invincible. In the end, he encountered the sword god emperor and was already in a bad mood. Now that he was provoked by Han Ju, how could he stand it? The victorious fighting Buddha has recently come to the heavenly court. "Although you're playing tricks, I'll prove it to you." Jiang Yi snorted and closed his eyes to continue recuperating. He actually guessed his intention. Han Ju smiled silently and left. It wasn't that geniuses like Jiang Yi didn't like to use their brains, but there was no need. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju immediately entered the simulation trial. An hour later, Han Ju still killed Jiang Yi. He was dissatisfied. Too long. Indeed, Jiang Yi was also improving. Visit Light Novel World. Calm. For a better user experience. Han Ju felt a sense of urgency and couldn't relax. He was becoming stronger, and so was everyone else. He had to maintain his speed of becoming stronger than everyone else. Only then would he be safe. 5 years later, Jiang Yi left. Han Ju couldn't help but look forward to the battle between Jiang Yi and the victorious fighting Buddha. He continued cultivating. Only 10% of the stars were still not filled with dermic powers. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years passed. Han Ju finally filled the billions of stars in his body with dermic powers. His dermic powers rumbled, scaring the imprisoned primordial chaos heavenly devil so much that he screamed. "Quiet. I'm not killing you." Han Ju's voice sounded, scaring the primordial chaos heavenly devil so much that he shut up. Han Ju continued to sense the stellar primordial body. All the stars activated their dermic powers, causing his body to emit a blinding light. Tao Comprehension Sword was shocked. "This is..." Tao Comprehension Sword was surprised. That long-awaited pressure appeared again, even stronger than before. She immediately fled the Khanate cave abode. Han Ju entered a state of epiphany. His consciousness traveled through his body, sweeping through each star at an extremely fast speed. There were no living beings on these stars. Only endless dermic powers formed a storm that swept through the interior of the stars. It was magnificent and vast, like the end of the world. As Han Ju passed by the stars, his dermic powers connected them together into lines. From a macro point of view, these lines of stars gradually formed a magnificent picture. It was an extremely profound picture, like a battlefield, but also like high mountains and flowing rivers. It was ever-changing and dazzling. Han Ju was immersed in it. Somehow, he heard the voice of the great Tao. It was as if a sage was preaching to him, causing his comprehension and essence soul to be elevated. Some time passed. Perhaps 100 years, or perhaps an instant. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. Calm when Han Ju woke up again, it was as if a lifetime had passed. Congratulations on having an epiphany of Tao insight. The system has begun to upgrade. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He ignored it and continued to comprehend the Tao insight brought by the stellar primordial body. What was a star? It was everything, it included everything. A world was only one of the stars. The sea where the stars gathered was the entire heavenly Tao. Including the great Tao. Han Ju's consciousness came to a vast and dark world again, like the beginning of chaos. A huge door appeared in the boundless fog ahead. It stood towering and high up. The door was engraved with mysterious symbols that were difficult to understand. When Han Ju approached it, it emitted a dazzling golden light and stirred up a terrifying wind, wanting to stop him. Han Ju continued forward. Are you really going to push it open? A voice suddenly sounded, extremely loud and shocking. Han Ju said, why not? The loud voice replied, once you push it open, there will be no salvation. Even reincarnation will not be able to save you. I want eternal life, not reincarnation. Aren't you afraid of trouble? There will be endless trouble coming for you. I'm afraid of trouble, but I'm only afraid of problems that will affect my eternal life. If I face a problem brought about by immortality, I'll cut it down with my sword. After answering, Han Ju had already arrived at the door. He raised his right hand and pressed it on the huge door. It wasn't as stable as he had imagined. It was very light and could be pushed away with a light push. Han Ju pushed firmly without hesitation. Boom! The huge door opened, and golden light shone on Han Ju. He felt warm all over and couldn't see clearly. But at this moment, an unprecedented memory surged into his mind, causing his consciousness to go blank. On the other side. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm in a dark hall, an ancient bell floating in midair suddenly rang by itself. The bell sounded vast as it echoed. Read at Wuxia World. EU. An old Taoist was meditating in the dark hall. He couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard the ancient bell ring. Another chaotic physique is born. An old Taoist was meditating in the dark hall. He couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard the ancient bell ring. Another chaotic physique is born. Surprised, the old Taoist pinched his fingers to deduce, then his expression turned strange. How did this kid obtain the chaotic physique? The source of his soul doesn't come from the chaos, the old Taoist muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he found it strange. He shook his head and laughed. He stopped thinking and closed his eyes again. The bell still echoed in the hall. It was long and ancient, as if time had silently passed without a trace. Han Ju had a dream. He dreamed that when he woke up, he was still at home on Earth in his previous life. He was dizzy and confused. His phone suddenly rang. It was the doctor saying that there was a misdiagnosis. However, for some reason, Han Ju was not happy. Instead, he was disappointed. Could it be that the 2,000 years of cultivation were all a dream? On careful thought, it was indeed like a dream. He had been cultivating most of the time and had not experienced much. Han Ju returned to his normal life. Day after day, he was bored and numb. One night, he looked at the stars in the sky. Somehow, the stars were summoning him. Hanju didn't know when this dream ended. He only remembered that it was over when he saw all the stars in the night sky light up. Hanju looked up. The surroundings were chaotic and filled with mist. There was nothing, as if it was before the world opened. Hanju discovered that the chaotic chi in his body had soared and filled the billions of stars, replacing his dermic powers. The great Tao of life and death attached itself to the stars, connecting into a spectacular scroll. Life and Death Painting. Hanju raised his right hand, and the life and death painting appeared in his palm. A mystical power condensed from the great Tao of life and death. It could even be said to be a Dharma treasure. Hanju retracted his hand and crushed the life and death painting. He would try the simulation trial when he returned. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. Calm, he began to look around. Where was this place? Why was there nothing? A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Congratulations on awakening your chaotic physique. This is the chaotic domain. Only the consciousness of a chaotic life form can reach here. This figure walked over, but he couldn't see his true appearance. Hanju asked, "Are there many people who can enter?" This was like the Sword Dao River, but the threshold was too low. Not many, just you and me for the time being. Aren't there living beings in the chaotic forbidden zone? They're just failures who were expelled. They weren't born in the chaos. May I know your name? Divine Palace, Tao Sovereign, what about you? Heavenly Court, Sima E. Yes, we can find a chance to discuss the Tao in the future, consolidate your cultivation first. With that, Tao Sovereign left. Hanju tried leaving as well. When he had this thought, his consciousness descended and returned to his body. When he opened his eyes again, Hanju saw everything in the Connate cave abode. He took a deep breath. This was reality. He could feel that everything was real, and that dream about returning to his previous life seemed so superficial. In the dream, he was so muddle-headed, like a walking corpse. Hanju's expression changed. 176, 64. 10, 119. He suddenly discovered that his soul had transformed. Chaotic chi wrapped around his soul, causing it to emit a faint glow. He sensed carefully. Emperor Realm. Visit to Light Novel World. Come discover new novels. He finally sensed the aura of the Emperor Realm. This feeling was very strange and indescribable, but he could now sense that the Emperor Realm was not only powerful in terms of dermic powers, but also a transformation of the soul. As long as one's breath remained, one could live forever. System upgrade successful. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju, stunning him. That's it? How did it successfully level up? Hanju checked his interpersonal relationships. Di Hongye, rank 4 Immortal Emperor. She is from the Golden Crow Divine Clan. She had once given birth to 7 Golden Crows for her husband. The 2 youngest Golden Crows were expelled from the Golden Crow Divine Clan due to their poor potential. Di Hongye has always been concerned about them. She deduced that you have taken in the 2 Golden Crows and developed a favorable impression of you. If you kill the 2 Golden Crows, you will receive the hatred of Di Hongye, and she will not let go until you are dead. Current favorability, 3 stars, Heavenly Rage Buddha, rank 2 Immortal Emperor. Divine Buddha of the Buddhist sect. The previous owner of the ancient spiritual ginseng. He deduced that you helped the ancient spiritual ginseng resolve the love tribulation and developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4, 5 stars, the Divine General was a rank 6 Immortal Emperor. Jiang Yi was a rank 1 Immortal Emperor. The cultivation levels of the Heavenly Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and Tai Sutian were unknown. Was this how the Emperor realm was calculated? Were there a total of 6 or 9 ranks? Wow! How strong was the Heavenly Emperor? Wait! The Divine General had encountered the victorious fighting Buddha and was severely injured. How strong was the victorious fighting Buddha? Han Ju was shocked and felt danger again. No. I've to reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible. Han Ju thought silently. For more novel, visit Light Novel World. He no longer cultivated the heavenly cycle body tempering technique. Instead, he cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Several days later, Han Ju opened his eyes. Surprise flashed across his eyes. Indeed. After he comprehended the Tao insight, he was truly qualified to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation technique's method to become an emperor. 6 paths of reincarnation immortal emperor. The Tao of reincarnation did not require providence. It transcended providence and could make him a perfect immortal emperor. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. This was good too. He didn't need to reincarnate. Han Ju immediately tried to attain the emperor realm. This time, he wanted to enter seclusion, so he told Tao Comprehension Sword to stay outside. In a majestic palace in the Divine Palace, there were 2 rows of strange statues. Some were sinister, some were solemn, and some had pity on their expressions. A handsome man stood in the hall. He wore a green robe and had a sword at his waist. 3 spears floated behind him. Just by standing there, he emitted an invincible aura. He was Tao Sovereign. On the platform in front of him sat a white-haired old man. His eyes were closed as if he had already passed away. He emitted no aura at all. The heavenly court has given birth to a chaotic physique, the elder asked slowly. Tao Sovereign said expressionlessly, yes, he's called Sima Yi. The old man opened his eyes and said softly, in that case, the heavenly court is indeed qualified to stand on the same side as the divine palace. Tao Sovereign smiled faintly, with a hint of disdain. How have you been? The old man asked. Tao Sovereign's expression turned solemn. The heavenly devil race is extremely difficult to deal with. They also have the help of the Buddhist sect. Not long ago, I encountered the 9 treasures Buddha and was almost severely injured. The elder frowned and snorted. A Buddha actually interfered. The Buddhist sect is as shameless as ever. Go back and rest. Tao Sovereign nodded. He turned around and left. When he reached the entrance of the hall, he suddenly turned his head and said, "Don't target Sima Yi. I want to fight him after he grows up." With that, he vanished. The old man shook his head and laughed. Then, he opened his eyes completely. His gaze was cold. Sima Yi. How cautious. He actually used a fake name. This child doesn't seem like a prodigy. New novel chapters are published here, Light Novel World. The old man muttered with an unfathomable tone. He stood up slowly, his body trembling as if he had not stood up for a long time. I should visit an old friend. Read at Wuxia World. EU. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. Under the Fusang tree. Tao Comprehension Sword opened her eyes and worriedly looked at the Khanate cave abode. Tu Linger noticed her expression and asked with a smile, "What are you worried about? Anyone in the world can fail in breaking through, but not Master." The others opened their eyes. The Black Hell Chicken smiled. That's right, Master is so cautious. Sun Chang'an smiled and said, I'm looking forward to what Realm Master can reach. They were all very curious about Han Ju's cultivation level. It seemed that no matter how strong they became, Han Ju would always be unfathomable. Chu Shiren stared at the Khanate cave abode in deep thought. Zhou Mingyue sat beside him and chuckled. Master, I'm about to break through. Just wait for me to surpass you. Oh. Is that so? Then, I'll break through too, Chu Shiren said lazily. He didn't like to cultivate, but he didn't want to be surpassed by his disciple. Zhou Mingyue frowned, secretly unhappy. I don't believe I can't surpass you. Han 1 looked at Han 8 and asked, "Eighth brother, when will you break through?" Among the 8 brothers, Han 8 was the most talented. This was publicly acknowledged. He could even be considered the strongest in the hidden sect. Only Long Hao could compare to him in terms of talent. Han 8 said shyly, "Soon." Long Hao glanced at him and curled his lips. This Gord's talent was truly ridiculous. It even made him, the son of the Heavenly Emperor, feel pressure. Everyone chatted as they cultivated. Han Ju's breakthrough stimulated everyone. They didn't want to be left behind further and further. Even the silent Li Yao was secretly exerting her strength. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju had already entered the critical period of his breakthrough, and his soul was still transforming. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. When his soul completely transformed, he would officially become an immortal emperor. The 6 paths dermic powers were also fusing with the great Tao of life and death and the chaotic qi. For some reason, Han Ju felt that the chaotic qi in his body was not really chaotic qi. This was because he had sensed the chaotic qi. Previously, in the chaotic domain, the surrounding mist was very likely chaotic qi. However, compared to the qi in his body, there was a difference. He felt an obvious difference in strength. His qi was stronger. Han Ju didn't insist on this question. It was fine as long as he was strong enough. In his body, the great Tao of life and death, the chaotic qi, and the 6 paths dermic powers wrapped around his soul. With the help of the cultivation technique, they constantly modified his soul. He fell into an unprecedented state of peace. His heart was as calm as water. His attention was completely focused on breaking through. In the imperial garden of the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor and an old man were drinking in the pavilion. This old man was the old man who had spoken to Tao's sovereign. He was the master of the divine palace. "Heavenly Emperor, can you let me take a look at your heavenly court's chaotic physique?" the master of the divine palace asked with a smile. The heavenly emperor teased. "Will you let me meet Tao's sovereign?" "Huh, you're still as cunning as ever. Let's not talk about the younger generation. It will probably take 1,000,000 years for him to mature. Since you're here, let's talk about how to uproot the demon court. Although the immortal world is big, the 4 overlords are making it too crowded. The Golden Crow divine clan has repeatedly invaded our divine palace. We can take advantage of the demon court they support. I'm very curious. How did you offend the Golden Crow divine clan?" "Nothing. It's just a conflict between prodigies. Di Hongye is too protective of her children. She's simply unreasonable." The master of the divine palace shook his head. He was rather helpless when mentioning this. New novel chapters are published here, Light Novel World. Kong Dre the Heavenly Emperor revealed a strange smile. "If you want to blame someone, blame your divine palace's prodigies for being too arrogant. The Golden Crow divine clan is just as arrogant." The 2 overlords of the immortal world stopped talking about this and instead talked about how to scheme against the demon court. 7 years later, Han Ju finally broke through. Emperor Realm. Rank 1 Immortal Emperor. The dermic powers in his body began to increase as his soul sublimated. His stellar primordial body was completely activated as billions of stars resonated. Boom! The entire Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain shook violently. A terrifying aura enveloped everyone from the hidden sect. Even Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yue, who had just returned, couldn't help but walk out of their cave abodes. Moved, Sun Chang'an muttered, "This aura. Could it be? How is this possible? Immortal Emperor aura." He had also encountered a Buddha who had become an immortal emperor in the Buddhist sect. The pressure back then was unforgettable. The key was Han Ju's age. Sun Chang'an understood Han Ju in this life. He was less than 3,000 years old. An immortal emperor less than 3,000 years old. Unbelievable. Sun Chang'an couldn't control his excitement. Chu Shiren asked curiously, Uncle Master, Grandmaster is? The others couldn't help but look at Sun Chang'an. From his expression, he clearly knew something. It's nothing. Master just broke through successfully. All of you should cultivate well. To be honest, you're very talented. But compared to him, you're just mortals, including Junior Long Hao and Junior Han 8, Sun Chang'an said seriously. His words moved everyone. Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yuer couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Han Ju's disciples were extremely talented. Yet, they couldn't even compare to Han Ju. How talented was he? Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. On the other side. Inside the Khanate cave abode. Just as Han Ju was consolidating his cultivation, 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Congratulations on becoming an immortal emperor. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and sweep through the immortal world. Your name will shake the heavens and seize great providence. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, and 3 supreme treasures. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Continue cultivating and you can obtain 2 great Tao fragments. Han Ju chose the second option without hesitation. He didn't want to ascend. You chose not to ascend and obtain 2 great Tao fragments. Congratulations on becoming a perfect immortal emperor. You have obtained 3 great Tao fragments, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power Great Sun Tathagata Palm. Great Sun Tathagata Palm, a Buddhist mystical power that uses the power of an immortal emperor to suppress almighty figures. The more negative karma the enemy has, the stronger the effect of this mystical power. Han Ju's eyes lit up. Breaking through a major realm had a reward option. Previously, when facing the choice of becoming an immortal emperor, there were also 3 options. With the 2 combined, he obtained 5 great Tao fragments at once. Most importantly, Han Ju had become a perfect immortal emperor. What happened to needing the great Tao and providence? He had never fought for providence. No matter how strong the providence of the reroll world was, it was still a mortal world. Could it be related to his stellar primordial body? Han Ju couldn't figure it out and could only attribute it to the stellar primordial body. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. He used his essence soul to leave his body and jumped out of the reroll world. He was pleasantly surprised to find that even without a physical body, his essence soul was very strong. Killing Jiang Yi was not a problem. Was this an immortal emperor? No wonder he could live forever with just 1 breath remaining. Han Ju didn't dare to jump too far, afraid that he would disturb the other mighty figures. Although he had reached the emperor realm, he was only the weakest rank 1 immortal emperor. His goal of reaching the Zenith Heaven realm was still far away. Updated at Light Novel World. It took 8 years before Han Ju's cultivation finally stabilized. From this day onwards, he was a true immortal emperor. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Name, Han Ju. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 2667,54,112,999,999,999, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, rank 1 reincarnation immortal emperor, technique, 6 paths of reincarnation, can be inherited, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, magic, 54 trillion years of lifespan. Han Ju was stunned. Something was wrong. Wasn't it said that the immortal emperor realm meant eternal life? Why did he still have a lifespan number? Han Ju frowned and felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he took out the heavenly Tao token to contact Di Tai Bai. What is it? Di Tai Bai sounded a little tired. Senior, Are immortal emperors eternal existences? You can say that. But even immortal emperors will die. Has an immortal emperor lived for 1,000,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000 years? Perhaps. It's too long. I won't live that long, anyway. Han Ju frowned. That made sense. How many people could live for so long? Not to mention trillions of years, even 100,000,000 years was long enough. The divine general was probably only a few million years old, but he was already capable of stirring up trouble. How powerful was an existence who had lived for trillions of years? When Han Ju reached the deity realm, his lifespan would continue to increase. It was unimaginable. Han Ju had the system to quantify the concept of immortality. If immortal emperors were immortal, why would they fight? How many ancient existences were secretly spying on them now? After Han Ju figured it out, he stopped thinking about it. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up. Follow current novel on Light Novel World. Calm and short, it was very difficult for him to die now. As for his lifespan, it was too far away. It was so far away that even the world might not last that long. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and started to fuse the two together to increase the book's realm. Several days later. Your Book of Misfortune has been upgraded to an Emperor Tao Supreme Treasure. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction when he saw this line. He immediately started cursing, starting from the victorious fighting Buddha. As he cursed, he checked his emails. The victorious fighting Buddha had yet to arrive. It looked like he had been stopped by the heavenly court. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an immortal emperor and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by an immortal emperor and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has comprehended the heavenly emperor's statue. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by evil ghosts, X37211, your good friend Long Shan has reconstructed his body. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The providence of the divine palace is not affected. Your good friend Zhou Fan encountered a fortuitous encounter and learned a mystical power. Along the way, he couldn't see the word mighty anymore. They were all immortal emperors. The victorious fighting Buddha was really impressive. Even the divine general and Jiang Yi couldn't stop him. Han Ju was nervous. He had just stepped into the emperor realm and definitely couldn't defeat the victorious fighting Buddha. He could only curse and stall for time. Han Ju thought silently. Half a year later, he began to improve his sword Tao mystical powers, raising all of them to the limit. After making all the preparations, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It was time for the exam. It was time to test the results. Han Ju's gaze became sharp, and he started the simulation trial. White-robed Buddha, insta-kill. Marshal Shenpeng, insta-kill. Jiang Yi, insta-kill. Against the heavenly emperor, Han Ju was insta-killed. All others were insta-killed. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. After sweeping through all of them, Han Ju suddenly felt bored. The only immortal emperor he had copied was Jiang Yi. Although Marshal Shenpeng had reached the emperor realm, that was after they had met. As for the heavenly emperor, he was most likely at the deity realm. Han Ju couldn't win. After exhaling, he stood up and walked out of the Khanate cave abode. The disciples surrounded him the moment they saw him. Master, you broke through. Grandmaster, how strong are you now? Have you comprehended a mystical power or broken through? You're finally out. Facing the excited crowd, Han Ju smiled and said, "All right, stop asking. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll preach the Tao to you." Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They missed Han Ju too much. Huang Zuantian sat at the back and waited expectantly. Ever since he came to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, he was increasingly convinced that his decision was correct. Look at how strong these hidden sect disciples were. He felt that without Han Ju's help, just these disciples were enough to overturn the entire mortal world. I have to grasp the opportunity. Huang Zuantian thought firmly. In the endless void, a wise and mighty man sat on a lotus throne that shone with golden light. This person wore golden armor and a kasaya. He had a handsome face and a burly figure. The huge staff behind him was like a heavenly pillar that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was the victorious fighting Buddha. The victorious fighting Buddha slowly opened his eyes. With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, "Come out." In an instant, beams of light appeared in all directions, for a total of 24 beams. Victorious fighting Buddha, how dare you invade the heavenly court? You're courting death. Humph, do you really think you can sweep through the heavenly court alone? Today is the day you die. Victorious fighting Buddha, hurry up and be executed. Voices followed, loud and domineering. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. The victorious fighting Buddha swept his gaze around and smiled disdainfully. I thought that it was really the arrival of the 24 Star Lords. In the end, it's only the second generation. Do you think you can kill me? Even if another 100 come, it still won't do. He felt disdain towards everything. The victorious fighting Buddha stood up and roared. He was like a ferocious beast, violent and savage. The figures of immortals quickly flew out from the 24 beams of light. A huge battle erupted again. 2 years later, Han Ju returned to the Khanate cave abode, and Tao Comprehension Sword followed. Sitting on the bed, Han Ju sent his consciousness into the depths of his soul and met the primordial chaos heavenly devil. After a long period of imprisonment, Han Ju's 6 paths insignia had already entered the primordial chaos heavenly devil's body. He could kill it with a thought. He could control the primordial chaos heavenly devil's life and death. Do you still want to live? Han Ju asked. The sleeping primordial chaos heavenly devil was immediately awakened. He hurriedly shouted, "Yes. I want to. I can do anything you want me to." He finally understood. Han Ju definitely had a motive for killing him. Can you return to the chaotic forbidden zone and infiltrate the Buddhist sect in the future? Han Ju asked. The primordial chaos heavenly devil gritted his teeth. Sure. What do you want me to do? Han Ju said, just hide in the Buddhist sect. If possible, you can also think of a way to become a Buddha and try your best to climb your way up to power. I don't need you to do anything for me. If the Buddhist sect becomes my enemy in the future, you have to be useful. If the Buddhist sect doesn't disturb me, we will be strangers. The primordial chaos heavenly devil was pleasantly surprised. That's it. I agree. The primordial chaos heavenly devil quickly agreed. Han Ju immediately released him. Tao Comprehension Sword saw a black shadow flying out from above Han Ju's head, then Black Shadow said respectfully, "Thank you for not killing me, Senior." With that, the primordial chaos heavenly devil quickly left. Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, what was that just now?" Han Ju replied, "Just pretend you didn't see it." Then, he began to test the experts near the reroll world. Try the Light Novel World. Platform for the most advanced reading experience. Victorious Fighting Buddha, Rank 6 Immortal Emperor, Buddhist Sex Buddha, read at Wuxia World. EU. Victorious Fighting Buddha. Han Ju became nervous when he saw this name. Victorious Fighting Buddha. Han Ju became nervous when he saw this name. He immediately checked the location of the victorious fighting Buddha and discovered that he was hiding deep in the void and meditating to heal his injuries. Ever since the system had been upgraded, the detection range of the simulation trial had also increased. The victorious fighting Buddha was very far from the reroll world. Even ordinary Mahayana cultivators would take some time to rush over. Of course, if Hanju wanted to go, it would only take the blink of an eye. While the victorious fighting Buddha was healing, Hanju immediately entered the simulation trial. Several breaths later, Hanju opened his eyes with a strange expression. Was that all the victorious fighting Buddha could do? He could seriously injure the divine general and Jiang Yi with this level of strength? Hanju felt that he was only several times stronger than Jiang Yi. He wasn't powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. Wait. Could it be because of his injuries? It was very likely. Hanju was deep in thought. This fellow was severely injured and still dared to come. Could it be that he was plotting something? Hanju was vigilant and felt that something was wrong. He took out the heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Taibai. Soon, the divine sense connection was successful. Senior, how's the situation with the victorious fighting Buddha? Hanju asked. Di Taibai smiled and said, he's already severely injured. His strength is less than 10%. However, for some reason, His Majesty ordered us to stop pursuing him. Perhaps he's giving the Buddhist sect some face. He was severely injured. This was real, not an illusion. Hanju's eyes lit up. Why did the Heavenly Emperor do this? It was impossible for him to give the Buddhist sect face. If that was the case, why would he let the victorious fighting Buddha approach the reroll world? There was only one possibility. The Heavenly Emperor wanted to test Hanju's strength. Updated at Light Novel World. Hanju immediately understood. In that case, I'll kill him. To prevent future trouble. I'll take his life when he's down. Hanju used the system to suppress his superficial cultivation level to the Grand Unity True Immortal realm. Then, he stood up and left the cave abode, jumping into the void. The previous simulation trial had already proved that the current victorious fighting Buddha was not his match. He quickly flew towards him. Sensing his aura, the victorious fighting Buddha sitting on the golden lotus opened his eyes. He scanned with his divine sense and discovered that the person was only a Grand Unity True Immortal. He immediately let down his guard. The mortal world was the mortal world, after all. No wonder the white-robed Buddha was willing to stay here. With his cultivation level, he could do whatever he wanted in the mortal world. At the same time, this also proved that the white-robed Buddha was not imprisoned here, but had submitted to the heavenly court. The victorious fighting Buddha's thoughts were like lightning. He thought of many things. At this moment, Hanju flew towards him. Who are you? Why are you in my mortal world? Hanju asked carefully. The victorious fighting Buddha said indifferently, I'm here to find someone. Pretend you didn't see me. Strangely, Heavenly Court did not send anyone to pursue him. Were there not enough heavenly generals? The victorious fighting Buddha secretly felt disdain. He had indeed killed many heavenly soldiers and generals. Even the divine general had been severely injured by him. Hanju asked nervously, who are you looking for? The victorious fighting Buddha said impatiently, what does it have to do with you, at this moment? Hanju suddenly attacked. The primordial judgment sword appeared in his hand almost instantly. He raised his sword and slashed out. Terrifying sword chi erupted, resplendent in the void. Heavenly Sword Dao. Second level. Severing Karma. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. The victorious fighting Buddha's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously raised his arms to block. He crossed his arms and used his great dermic powers to block. Boom! Sword chi swept past. In an instant, the victorious fighting Buddha felt unstoppable killing intent. Unconsciously, something on his body was severed. It was karma. Impossible. What sword technique could actually sever karma? A storm brewed in the victorious fighting Buddha's heart. He suddenly stood up and raised his right arm, causing a huge golden pillar to appear in his palm like an ant raising a tree. It was extremely exaggerated. Han Ju's expression was cold as he directly used 3 pure world cleansing. He first used the heavenly sword Dao to sever the karma between the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddhist sect, preventing them from deducing him. Next was the true battle. The sea of 9 layers of sword chi appeared behind Han Ju. Countless sword shadows condensed and attacked the victorious fighting Buddha. The victorious fighting Buddha roared, understanding that the other party was not a grand unity true immortal. Immortal Emperor. Indeed, Heavenly Court did not give up. The victorious fighting Buddha was born to fight. How could he escape? He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Han Ju with unstoppable momentum. In an instant, he was drowned by the millions of sword shadows. Han Ju quickly waved his sword, causing sword shadows to appear endlessly. He waved his sword as he counted down. 6. 5. Han Ju was vigilant, preventing the victorious fighting Buddha's essence soul from escaping. When he counted to 1, the victorious fighting Buddha couldn't withstand it, and his body was torn apart. He couldn't block it at all. How can this be? The victorious fighting Buddha was frightened. His essence soul immediately fled. Han Ju was already prepared. He used the 5 elements divine light, and a 5-colored beam of light shot out from his sleeve. The 5 elements divine light was an ancient mystical power with extremely strong offensive power. It could forcefully snatch an enemy's dharma treasure and forcefully break through array formations. It could also steal souls. The victorious fighting Buddha instinctively sensed danger and turned around, then was swept away by the 5 elements divine light and flew back into Han Ju's sleeve. Han Ju glanced over and discovered that the victorious fighting Buddha's body had reformed again. As long as there was a piece of flesh, the victorious fighting Buddha could quickly condense his body. Han Ju immediately cast a spell and imprisoned his body before putting it into his sleeve. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for a better reading experience. He turned around and flew towards the reroll world. In a Taoist temple. The white-robed Buddha was dumbfounded and trembled in fear. Impossible. The victorious fighting Buddha had been suppressed. He wasn't a match at all. The white-robed Buddha wasn't an immortal emperor, after all. He couldn't tell that the victorious fighting Buddha was severely injured. The aura of the battle between Han Ju and the victorious fighting Buddha was enough to make him shiver. Who exactly is he? The white-robed Buddha was terrified but also glad. No wonder the Supreme Buddha wanted to hide here. No wonder the son of the Heavenly Emperor also acknowledged Han Ju as his master. So Han Ju was a peerless mighty figure. White-robed Buddha's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Ju looked at the line of words in front of him indifferently. He sat on the bed and cast his consciousness into the sea of stars in the depths of his soul. The victorious fighting Buddha was imprisoned by the great Tao of life and death and could not move. He panicked. Who are you? The victorious fighting Buddha shouted in horror. He was extremely nervous. His soul couldn't escape. He felt the aura of death. Han Ju wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, he didn't know what to ask. Since he had already offended him, he couldn't let the victorious fighting Buddha go. He immediately activated the dharmic powers and chaotic chi in the billions of stars to kill him. The victorious fighting Buddha was a rank 6 immortal emperor, after all. Even if he was severely injured, it was not so easy to kill him. However, Han Ju had plenty of time. He didn't believe that the victorious fighting Buddha was really Sun Wukong who couldn't be killed by the 8 trigrams furnace. Heavenly Court, Imperial Garden. The Heavenly Emperor put down his wine cup and sighed. Good kid. I didn't overestimate you, after all. Sitting in front of him was the Crown Prince. Long Jun asked curiously, Father, you mean, for more novel, visit Light Novel World. The Heavenly Emperor did not answer. Instead, he asked, have you found anything? Yes, the last time Immortal Emperor Samsara appeared was in the Dark Forbidden Zone. He seemed to be looking for something. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Immortal Emperor Samsara is illusory, but he often leaves behind his inheritance. He has a special method to make people his descendants. As for his origins, it has always been an unsolved mystery. In the future, you will be responsible for investigating this matter, the Heavenly Emperor said casually. Immortal Emperor Samsara is illusory, but he often leaves behind his inheritance. He has a special method to make people his descendants. As for his origins, it has always been an unsolved mystery. In the future, you will be responsible for investigating this matter, the Heavenly Emperor said casually. Long Jun nodded but was still puzzled. He asked, could it be that someone in the Heavenly Court has become Immortal Emperor Samsara's descendant? It was impossible for the Heavenly Emperor to investigate Immortal Emperor Samsara for no reason. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. That's right. It's not only the Heavenly Court. There are also the Divine Palace, Buddhist sect, Demon Court, and even the Tao sect. I suspect that Immortal Emperor Samsara is up to something. Long Jun was deep in thought. The Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything else and turned to look at the sky. His eyes were filled with anticipation. 10 years later. Hanju finally obliterated the victorious fighting Buddha's soul. He heaved a sigh of relief. Now, there was one less emperor around. With the victorious fighting Buddha around, Hanju didn't dare to cultivate, afraid that something would happen. As for the victorious fighting Buddha's body, Hanju decided to keep it. After losing his soul, this body had no consciousness and could not move. However, Hanju could feel the terrifying power it contained. However, he still had to be on guard to prevent the victorious fighting Buddha's body from producing another soul. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy to relax. Fortunately, he had used the heavenly sword Tao to sever karma, so no one in the Buddhist sect hated him now. It was already difficult for the Buddhist sect to deduce in the heavenly court's territory. In addition, it was impossible for the Buddha to keep staring at the victorious fighting Buddha. Hanju had cut off the karma between the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddhist sect with lightning speed. It was equivalent to cutting off the surveillance video. Even the Buddha ancestor wouldn't know who had killed the victorious fighting Buddha. They probably hated the Heavenly Emperor. The more Hanju thought about it, the more relieved he felt. He began to check his emails. Recently, the Heavenly Court had been peaceful again. Most of his friends had not encountered any trouble. Only Ji Xianxian and Huang Jihao were grinding levels. He could finally continue cultivating. Hanju thought happily. He suddenly thought of something and called Huang Zuantian in. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. Tao Comprehension Sword was expelled by him. Next was confidential information. Huang Zuantian knelt in front of Hanju, feeling uneasy. Hanju said, I'm prepared to let you ascend and join a force, just like before. Before that, if you have any needs, just tell me. Huang Zuantian was excited. It was time to contribute. Huang Zuantian said, I don't dare to ask for too much. Your preaching has already benefited me greatly. Hanju thought for a moment and took out a heavenly peach. He said, take it. It can increase your cultivation level. After that, you can ascend directly. Think of a way to go to the outer seas of the immortal world and join the Jia school. You should know what to do after joining them. Hanju wanted him to go to the Buddhist sect, but Huang Zuantian came from the reroll world. The victorious fighting Buddha had died here, so it was impossible for the Buddhist sect to not be wary. The Jia school was different. At the moment, Hanju had yet to have any conflict with them. However, he had a feeling that it would happen sooner or later. Not to mention the conflict between the Jie school and the Heavenly Court, two cultivators from the Jie school had previously caused trouble in the Sword Dao River. Han Ju had to be wary. Huang Zuantian was excited. He hurriedly thanked him and took the heavenly peach. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. After a while, Dao Comprehension Sword entered and asked curiously, "Master, do you still have any peaches left?" Han Ju closed his eyes and said, "No." Dao Comprehension Sword was disappointed. He continued to cultivate. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique had the cultivation method of an immortal emperor, but there was no method to break through to the deity realm. However, the deity realm was currently too far away from Han Ju. He didn't have to think about it for the time being. In the future, he might be able to rely on gathering all the great Dao fragments to obtain the method to reach the deity realm. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. Rank 1 Immortal Emperor was not strong enough. A rank 6 Immortal Emperor died so easily, let alone him. He couldn't be careless. Han Ju thought silently. In the netherworld, in an abyss. Ji Xianxian leaned against the mountain wall and gasped. He tried his best to calm down and meditate. A ball of black aura floated above his head. He smiled teasingly. "You're really ruthless. Are you still going to continue killing? You're only 3,000 years old and already a grand unity mystic immortal. Such potential is top-notch even in the divine palace. You can relax." Ji Xian's divine eyes did not open as he said, "I've never compared myself to the divine palace. My target is stronger." "Oh. Who is it?" "This person has no reputation, but his talent is definitely the number 1 in the myriad worlds. I want to defeat him forcefully the next time we meet." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Xianxian suddenly opened his eyes, which shone brightly. "Guan Yu. Wait, no. Chow Chow. I will definitely defeat you." Ji Xianxian was very excited just thinking about it. The thought of Han Ju lying on the ground and looking at him in disbelief made him shiver in excitement. Awesome. He couldn't think about it anymore. Ji Xianxian adjusted his emotions and continued circulating his energy. The black aura suddenly said, "There's a big fellow approaching. This fellow's negative karma is extremely terrifying. He has probably devoured more than 10 million souls. You have to be careful." Hearing this, Ji Xianxian immediately stood up and prepared to fight. There were no clouds for 10,000 miles. Above the sea was an island. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. Calm on the island, there was a valley where hundreds of cultivators were meditating. Xian Qingjun was among them. She wore a Taoist robe and had an otherworldly aura. She stared at a middle-aged Taoist floating in midair. A lecture that lasted for decades had just ended. The disciples of the Jie school raised their questions one after another, and Xian Qingjun listened quietly. At this moment, a male disciple suddenly asked, "Master, what's the purpose of our cultivation? Why does the Jie school exist?" The atmosphere immediately tensed up. None of the disciples dared to whisper. They were also concerned about this. Ever since the Jie school attacked the Heavenly Court hundreds of years ago and was wiped out, they had become a joke everywhere. Be it the humans, demons, or even other races, they were all mocking them. The Jie school had once dominated the immortal world. With their foundation, every disciple had ambitions. How could they be willing to be mocked? The middle-aged Taoist said expressionlessly, "The Tao sect is the foundation of the world. However, the Jie school has indeed committed too many sins in the past. Now, we're paying our debts for our ancestors. After paying our debts, the Jie school will naturally return to its peak." The male disciple asked, "What about the grudge between the Jie school and the Heavenly Court?" The middle-aged Taoist glanced at him and said, "It's not time for revenge yet." The disciples began to whisper. You should learn from your eldest senior brother. Our lineage might look glorious, but among the disciples, we rely on your eldest senior brother solely, the middle-aged Taoist said calmly. Someone asked, is eldest senior brother about to reach the emperor realm? The middle-aged Taoist said, that's right. He's at the juncture of breaking through. He can reach the emperor realm in at most 100 years. Emperor realm. The disciples were in an uproar and had looks of admiration. Xian Qingjun looked forward to it too. Immortal emperor. To her and the other disciples, it was a supreme existence comparable to the heavenly Tao. Even in the entire immortal world, immortal emperors were legends. Follow current novel on Light Novel World. Calm Xian Qingjun sighed. She knew that it was almost impossible for her to reach the emperor realm with her potential. She couldn't help but think of Han Ju. That kid's talent was ridiculously strong. He should have the hope of becoming an immortal emperor. She wondered if she could live until that day. Read at Wuxia World. EU. 12 years later. 12 years later. Huang Zuantian ascended with his cultivation at the Grand Unity Loose Immortal Realm. After ascending, he was baptized by the Heavenly Tao and directly promoted to a Grand Unity Earth Immortal. It was still very beneficial to transcend the tribulation. After Han Ju learned from his interpersonal relationships that Huang Zuantian's cultivation had increased, he couldn't help but wonder if his cultivation would also increase if he ascended now. On second thought, something was wrong. He had already been to the immortal world more than once. It was probably useless to transcend the tribulation now. Moreover, the immortal emperor tribulation was probably very terrifying. He hadn't transcended the tribulation before because the system's Tao field had isolated him. He didn't want to take the risk. After dealing with the victorious fighting Buddha, Han Ju's days became leisurely again. He began to allocate more time to nurture the hidden sect disciples. After so many years of transformation, the overall strength of the reroll world was also rapidly becoming stronger. The number of Mahayana cultivators increased several times, and more loose immortals appeared. Not long later, perhaps the limit of the world would increase to the Earth Immortal Realm or even higher. The stronger the heavenly Tao was, the higher the cultivation level it could endure. The immortal Qi and spirit Qi of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain had already reached an extremely dense state. Now, Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer no longer went out to train and focused on cultivating. On this day, Han Ju called Li Yao into the cave abode alone, and Tao Comprehension Sword waited outside. Li Yao was extremely nervous, not knowing what he wanted her to do. Han Ju asked her to sit down. Seeing her pretending to be calm, he couldn't help but find it funny. Too cautious. Han Ju smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I won't eat you. I'm just concerned about your cultivation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I still have to teach the others later." Li Yao came to a realization and felt a little awkward. Bah! How could she think of her senior like that? It was all the Black Hell Chicken's fault. He often said that Han Ju had many women. See? She had been here for so long, but she had never seen her senior having such hobbies. Indeed, even chickens would lie. New novel chapters are published here, Light Novel World. Calmly Yao started to tell Han Ju her recent questions about cultivation. After reaching the immortal emperor realm, he had comprehended the key to all techniques in the world. To Han Ju, Li Yao's questions were so simple. A month later, Han Ju asked Li Yao what mystical power she wanted to learn. She wanted to learn a mystical power of movement or teleportation. How cautious! Han Ju retorted in his heart and taught her the somersault cloud. After Li Yao was Tu Linger. Han Ju taught her 3 heads 6 arms and imitate heaven and earth. Tu Linger had too many wild thoughts. While imparting the mystical powers, she kept approaching him. Before she left, she was still reluctant. Time passed. 20 years passed quickly. All the disciples of the hidden sect had surpassed the Mahayana realm, including Zhou Mingyue. Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer had all reached the tribulation transcendence realm. Han Ju was secretly disappointed. It seemed that the three of them could only continue cultivating. He still wanted to wait for the three women to pass away and reincarnate to refresh their potential. But it seemed impossible now. He didn't want to die, and neither did the others. After teaching everyone on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, Han Ju began to cultivate. Unfortunately, his cultivation speed was not fast. Immortal emperors cultivated the soul and the great Tao. Although immortal qi was still effective, it was not as effective as before. Regardless, as long as he could steadily increase his strength, Han Ju would be satisfied. On this day, Han Ju left his cultivation state. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies while checking his emails. Your enemy Heavenly Rage Buddha has transformed under your curse. His devil heart wants to possess him. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an immortal emperor and was severely injured. Your good friend Ji Xianchen has devoured the soul of a ghost deity. His soul has transformed. Your grand disciple Murong Qi was attacked by heavenly troops, X450321, your good friend Mo Zhu encountered a blessed grotto heaven by chance. Her providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The providence of the divine palace is not affected. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has broken through his limits and his sword Dao has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has joined the Jie school. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Huang Zuantian joined the Jie school so quickly. It's only been 20 years. It seemed that the threshold of the Jie school was not as high as Han Ju imagined. That's right. After all, the Jie school was a sect abandoned by the heavenly Tao. It had its own rules. Han Ju didn't start to expect Huang Zuantian to make a move. He understood him. Although this fellow was good at seizing power, he was very cautious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't fight for power. Huang Zuantian had snatched the position of sect master twice because he was afraid that others would cause trouble. Therefore, he decided to unify the sect himself and bring the entire sect along to cultivate. Han Ju had plenty of time to wait. Several months later, Han Ju's curse session ended. He took out the Heavenly Tao token and checked the Heavenly Tao tablet. Wow! The reroll world had already made it into the top 100. It had really been hard on the Heavenly Court and the white-robed Buddha. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. He knew why the Heavenly Emperor was raising the reroll world so much. He wanted to attract powerful enemies and kill them through him. Han Ju didn't reject it. Although it didn't match his style, he had obtained so many benefits, he should help Heavenly Court. With this in mind, Han Ju couldn't help but check the area near the reroll world. Immortal Monarch Gong Chen, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Supreme Ancestor of the Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty, Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty. Han Ju's eyes flashed coldly. He remembered that the Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty had captured Su Qi. He didn't expect that they would still dare to come to the reroll world. Courting death. At the same time, new chapters are published on Light Novel World. Calm in the depths of the void. Immortal Monarch Gong Chen looked at the reroll world from afar with a hesitant expression. He wore a grey Taoist robe and had a jade-like face. His hair was tied up under his crown, giving him an immortal aura. The rankings of this world are rising extremely quickly below the Heavenly Court. If the Great Desolate Sacred Dynasty can preach in this world and attract the Ascenders, we will definitely become even stronger in the future. However, he could sense the aura of the white-robed Buddha. There was a Grand Unity Golden Immortal hiding here, and he was no weaker than him. This was difficult. He couldn't force it. Immortal monarch Gong Chen immediately sent a voice transmission to the white-robed Buddha. Soon, the white-robed Buddha appeared in front of him and sized him up warily. Immortal monarch Gong Chen's expression changed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "So it's the white-robed Buddha. Why are you here?" Previously, he had only sensed the white-robed Buddha's aura and did not dare to rashly probe with his divine sense. "You are." The white-robed Buddha frowned. In the long years, he had met many people. It was impossible for him to care about everyone. Immortal monarch Gong Chen replied, "I'm immortal monarch Gong Chen of the Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty. I once met you at a heavenly immortal gathering." They had indeed met once. But they hadn't even spoken. At that time, the white-robed Buddha was the center of attention. He could only watch enviously and did not even have the courage to greet him. "Oh, why are you here?" the white-robed Buddha asked expressionlessly. Actually, he had already guessed it. He just did not want to easily acquire more enemies. The other party was a grand unity golden immortal, after all. Immortal monarch Gong Chen went straight to the point and revealed his intentions. The white-robed Buddha did not immediately reject. In fact, this was a good thing. It could give the reroll world another backing. The heavenly court's main focus was on the immortal world. They didn't care much about the mortal worlds, so they couldn't always rely on the heavenly court. At that moment, the white-robed Buddha's expression changed. He looked up at immortal monarch Gong Chen and asked with a strange expression, "Do you know Su Chi?" Updated at Light Novel World. Com read at Wuxia World. EU. Su Chi. Su Chi. Immortal monarch Gong Chen frowned and said, "The jinx of the heavenly court. I know him. We even captured him before and wanted to seize his divinity. Didn't the heavenly court abandon him?" The white-robed Buddha's expression became even stranger. He sighed. Immortal monarch Gong Chen was even more puzzled. He had investigated before. The immortal world detested the jinx. Even if he captured Su Chi, he wouldn't offend anyone. At this moment, the white-robed Buddha suddenly attacked. A Buddhist seal shot out from his right palm, startling immortal monarch Gong Chen so much that he hurriedly dodged. "Senior, you!" Immortal monarch Gong Chen shouted in anger. The white-robed Buddha couldn't be bothered to explain and continued attacking. A huge battle erupted. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju watched the battle with relish. The white-robed Buddha was about to reach the Emperor realm, after all. He was naturally stronger and could completely crush immortal monarch Gong Chen. Han Ju ordered him to kill this person. If he fled, the white-robed Buddha could forget about staying in the reroll world. It was rare for Han Ju to ask the white-robed Buddha to help, so he naturally wouldn't be merciful. He was thinking of showing off. The battle lasted for half a day. Although the cultivators couldn't see the battle in the void, they felt inexplicably nervous. They thought that something had happened to their cultivation. Immortal monarch Gong Chen died in the end. Even his soul was destroyed. The white-robed Buddha did not want to leave behind any trouble. If he had to kill, he would do it thoroughly. After that, the white-robed Buddha didn't visit Han Ju. He knew that he had already seen the fight, so he returned to the Taoist temple to cultivate. Han Ju sighed. "It's good to have subordinates." Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Who are you talking about?" "Cultivate well. If anyone invades the reroll world in the future, you can help instead of being a useless flower waving in front of me. I'm a grass, not a flower." You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. It's the same. Did someone just invade the reroll world? Who? Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously. Then she was chased out of the Khanate cave abode. The others saw her being thrown out and couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that Master was breaking through again? Dao Comprehension Sword was embarrassed. She pretended that nothing had happened and walked to the side to meditate. In the numinous palace, immortals gathered. A domineering figure stood in the hall and said proudly, "Your Majesty, since the divine general is injured, he can rest now. From now on, leave the heavenly troops to me." The immortals whispered among themselves, but no one dared to refute. This immortal was extremely famous. The heavenly court had 3 great generals, Divine General, Martial God General, and Heavenly God General. This was the Martial God General. The Martial God General had attained the Tao for millions of years and was already an immortal emperor. His strength was unfathomable. He had always suppressed the extreme north of the immortal world and rarely returned to the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor smiled. "Since the northernmost area can no longer be defended, you can stay in the heavenly court." Hearing this, the Martial God General's smile froze. He was embarrassed, and his aura weakened. Crown Prince Long Jun, who was standing in front, asked curiously, "Martial God General, why can't the northernmost area be defended?" The Martial God General coughed and said, "The ancient Great Rock has awakened. He has already unified the demons in the extreme north." The immortals were in an uproar and disgust. Long Jun frowned. Di Tai looked at the heavenly emperor and said, "Your Majesty, the demons have indeed revived many ancient existences recently. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Although the demon court has lost not long ago, we have to be wary." Updated at Light Novel World. The conflict between the heavenly court and the demon court had lasted for countless years, so long that many immortals had not lived that long. It was unknown how long the endless battle would last. "I understand. This is also the reason why I brought back the 2 generals. The Heavenly God General will also return soon. He has already stepped into the deity realm," the Heavenly Emperor said casually. Deity realm. The immortals were moved. The Martial God General secretly clenched his fists. Among the 3 great generals, the Heavenly God General was the oldest and most mysterious. He hadn't appeared for 5 million years. Even the Divine General had never seen him. The Martial God General had only seen the Heavenly God General once. That time, he had him challenged and lost miserably. If not for the Heavenly Emperor stopping him, he would have been destroyed in body and soul. Every time he thought of this, the Martial God General was very displeased. If he couldn't defeat the Heavenly God General, he wouldn't be the strongest general in the Heavenly Emperor's mind. Looking at the Divine General, he was talented and would surpass him sooner or later. He even had a chance to surpass the Heavenly God General. How could he not be vexed? The immeasurable calamity has descended. Our heavenly court and the demon court will likely be the ones dealing with this calamity. I hope that all the immortals are prepared. The heavenly court has already endured several immeasurable calamities. We can also survive this." The heavenly emperor scanned the immortals and said word by word. All the immortals were shocked, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Immeasurable calamity. It represented destruction and despair. The ancient existences who had experienced the immeasurable calamity were all terrified. An old immortal said slowly, "Perhaps this is the reason why the Tao sect is restless. The so-called immeasurable is merely the balance of the heavenly Tao. If you want to live, you have to be prepared and not be careless." Di Tai asked, "South Extreme Old Immortal, what did you calculate?" Everyone looked at South Extreme Old Immortal, including the Heavenly Emperor. "I saw the immortal gods transforming into a rain of blood. Demons filled the sea. Buddhas and devils compete. The great Tao perished." South Extreme Old Immortal's words were filled with vicissitudes as if he had already experienced the endless calamity of the future. The Heavenly Emperor frowned and asked, "Did you deduce the person to face the calamity?" South Extreme Old Immortal said, "Not in the heavenly court, not in the demon court, and definitely not in the divine palace or the Buddhist sect. As for who he is, I can't deduce it for the time being. I can only deduce that he came from the mortal world and has a supreme heart. From the mortal world? The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. All the immortals fell into deep thought. The heavenly emperor couldn't help but think of Hanju. However, did Hanju have a supreme heart? This kid is too cowardly. 30 years passed in a flash. Hanju was cultivating in the cave abode when 3 lines of notifications suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the immeasurable calamity has begun. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and fight for providence. Prepare for the immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a supreme treasure, and a great Tao fragment. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from the battle for providence. Stay true to yourself and you can obtain a great Tao fragment. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Immeasurable calamity. According to the novels he had read in his previous life, the so-called immeasurable calamity happened when all the living beings under the heavenly Tao developed to their peak and even threatened the heavenly Tao itself. The heavenly Tao needed to destroy everything and restart again. This rule was evident all the time, everywhere. In ancient times, when an official surpassed the emperor in merit, it would be time to eliminate them. If there were too many locusts and bullfrogs, people would definitely get rid of them. Even in his previous life, when he watched a superhero movie, a certain Thanos also followed this rule. After reaching the peak, decline would follow. Reincarnation was a cycle, and balance was the best rule. Hanju immediately chose the second option. Wasn't his cultivation level akin to becoming cannon fodder by participating in the immeasurable calamity? I'm too unlucky. I've only lived for 2,000 years and I'm about to encounter the immeasurable calamity. Hanju thought bitterly. No. He had to ask. Hanju was about to take out the heavenly Tao token when a voice sounded in his mind. Follow current novel on Light Novel World. Master, the Sword Tao River is in trouble. Someone is refusing to leave. Liu Bei's tone was extremely aggrieved. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Someone was looking for trouble in the Sword Tao River again. Someone was looking for trouble in the Sword Tao River again. Hanju frowned. He suddenly felt that this was a tough job. He immediately jumped into the Sword Tao River and arrived before Liu Bei. Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him. He immediately pointed in a direction. Hanju turned around and saw a wretched back view. The man had his back to them. His right shoulder shook, and his right hand seemed to be groping in front of him. He was as thin as a match. Hanju immediately thought of an image. He immediately asked, "What are you doing?" The person did not turn around or answer. Hanju asked in a low voice, "If you don't speak, I can only ask the Heavenly Emperor about this." Because this was not the reroll world, Hanju couldn't detect the other party's cultivation. To be safe, he had to use his strongest trump card. However, the other party was still indifferent. So arrogant. Hanju was annoyed and prepared to use the power of the Sword Tao River to expel the other party. Boom! The entire Sword Tao River began to fluctuate violently. All the figures advancing vanished. At this moment, the thin figure suddenly stopped moving. He turned his head and said, "Junior, why so rash? I just want to hide here for a while." Hanju asked, "In other words, you might bring us more trouble." "You're really... Well, you can say that. Then, can I ask you to leave, senior? A Grand Unity Mystic Immortal dares to be so reckless? You're too much. Do you know who I am?" This content is taken from Light Novel World. What? Are you the Heavenly Father? Who is the Heavenly Father? The Heavenly Emperor's father. Oh, I'm even stronger than that. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. Could it be true? Could this fellow really be a mighty figure? Couldn't find anything. It was as if this person didn't exist. This time, Han Ju was even more nervous. If there's no other way, I might as well run away with Liu Bei. Although it was his good brother's inheritance, there was no need to guard it. Thinking of this, Han Ju wanted to retreat. Alright, you're impressive. I'll let you have it. Han Ju snorted and looked at Liu Bei. Let's go. Liu Bei was stunned. We're leaving just like that. Good. He didn't have to worry all the time now. Wait. The thin figure hurriedly stopped Han Ju and said angrily, "Why are you so spineless?" Han Ju said, "You're so powerful. Can I defeat you? Although you can't win, how do you know if you don't try? Forget it, it's too dangerous." You brat, the thin figure was speechless. This was the first time he had encountered such an oddity. There were many timid people, but they were not as confident as Han Ju. Moreover, he didn't reveal any aura at all. This fellow. Interesting. Pan Xian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju saw the line of words in front of him and hurriedly checked Pan Xian's information through interpersonal relationships. Pan Xian, cultivation unknown. One of the first living beings after the creation of the universe. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity. As he is afraid of being discovered by the ancient master of calamity, he especially infiltrated the Sword Dao River. Due to your nature, he has developed an interest in you. Current favorability, 1 star. So impressive. One of the first living beings after the creation of the universe. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Even the Heavenly Emperor didn't have such an identity. The key was that this fellow's surname was Pan. Han Ju couldn't help but think of Pangu. Could he be a descendant of Pangu himself? For a moment, Han Ju's imagination ran wild, and he became even more nervous. The unknown cultivation level meant that the other party had surpassed the immortal Emperor realm. What should he do when facing such an existence? Senior, I'll give you this river. I won't reveal your existence. That's all. Goodbye. Han Ju hurriedly said. Then, he raised his hand and pressed Liu Bei's shoulder, preparing to escape with him. Wait. I don't want your Sword Dao River. I don't want to suffer great karma. Pan Xian hurriedly shouted. A mysterious force directly sealed the Sword Dao River, preventing Han Ju from jumping out. Crap. Am I going to die today? Han Ju's heart sank. Kid, don't be afraid. I'm a senior. How can I make things difficult for a junior? This river is still yours. I'm only staying here for a period of time. I won't let you suffer. I can teach you a mystical power. How about that? Pan Xian snorted. He felt that the juniors of the immortal world were getting worse and worse. Han Ju could only sigh. All right. Pan Xian flashed in front of him. He raised his right hand and stretched out 3 fingers. I have 3 mystical powers that you can choose from. First, the mystical power of domination that can kill enemies in an instant. Second, the mystical power of karma. You will endure no karma when killing enemies. You will survive the immeasurable calamity. Third, the mystical power of movement. In battle, you can easily avoid the attacks of powerful enemies and also travel through the myriad worlds. Han Ju said without hesitation, I choose the third one. Stunned, Pan Xian said, the first mystical power is the strongest. You don't want to learn it? The second mystical power is even more useful. Han Ju shook his head and said, no need. I'll choose the third one so that I can escape next time. This kid. Pan Xian was silent. Pan Xian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Looking at the line of words in front of him, Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Could it be that they were the same kind of people? It was very likely. If this fellow was not cowardly, he wouldn't be hiding here and bickering with a junior like him. Updated at Light Novel World. Pan Xian raised his hand and pointed at his forehead. Before Han Ju could react, his consciousness felt an impact, and a large amount of memories surged into his mind. Mystical power, great traversal divine shadow. After some time, Han Ju's consciousness finally woke up. Liu Bei was sitting beside him. Pan Xian had returned to his original spot. Han Ju didn't know what he was doing, but his back was still wretched. Han Ju sorted out the memories of the great traversal divine shadow. He was pleasantly surprised. He just happened to lack such a mystical power. In battle, it could allow one's speed and reaction to be elevated. It could split into divine shadows and confuse the opponent. It could also directly travel through myriad worlds. It was extremely powerful. Han Ju instructed Liu Bei before returning to the Khanate cave abode. He had top-notch movement technique potential, so he could definitely grasp the great traversal divine shadow. But he didn't want to be too involved with Pan Xian. What if he performed too well and the latter wanted to take him in as a disciple? Pan Xian was powerful, but he had an even greater enemy. That so-called ancient master of calamity sounded ridiculously strong. He was definitely stronger than the heavenly emperor. So, he did not want to take the risk. Han Ju sat on the bed and immediately started to comprehend the great traversal divine shadow. Several days later, Han Ju successfully grasped it. He immediately used this mystical power, and 2 figures flew out from his body. They were identical to him and emitted purple light. Han Ju sensed that their aura was identical to his. Could it be that the great traversal divine shadow could help him fight? Han Ju retracted the 2 divine shadows and started the simulation trial. He would directly challenge the heavenly emperor. 2 breaths later, Han Ju opened his eyes. Damn it! The opponent was too strong. The reason why he had survived for a second was that the heavenly emperor had first destroyed the divine shadows before killing him. He couldn't escape even if he tried. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel reading experience. Han Ju had no choice but to switch his opponent to Jiang Yi. He immediately felt better. He relied on the great traversal divine shadow to play with him. Even if Jiang Yi tried his best, he couldn't touch the corner of his main body's clothes. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After playing the simulation trial for 2 hours, Han Ju became more proficient in using the great traversal divine shadow. After playing the simulation trial for 2 hours, Han Ju became more proficient in using the great traversal divine shadow. He was very satisfied with this mystical power. Currently, he could at most execute 9 great traversal divine shadows at the same time. Every great traversal divine shadow could erupt with the same powerful strength as his main body. This was very terrifying. The flaw was that it consumed too much dermic power. Although the dermic powers of an immortal emperor were endless, there was a limit to the amount of recovery. However, when the output of dermic powers exceeded the amount of recovery, it would result in a burden or even a loss. This flaw was nothing. Han Ju would defeat his opponent in the shortest time possible. If his opponent far exceeded him, there was no need to fight. Han Ju was in a good mood, so he took out the Book of Misfortune and started celebrating several months later. Han Ju was about to cultivate and he suddenly recalled the immeasurable calamity. Wait! Pan Xian had experienced the immeasurable calamity. If he asked him, he would definitely be able to obtain a more accurate answer. With that thought, Han Ju's essence soul jumped into the Sword Dao River. He quickly arrived behind Pan Xian and asked respectfully, "Senior, can I ask you about the immeasurable calamity? Pan Xian turned around and asked, what do you want to ask? Is the immeasurable calamity coming? How much longer until it comes? How long will it last? TSK, you're not simple. You can actually sense the providence of the immeasurable calamity. That's right, the next calamity is about to arrive. The immeasurable calamity is different from other calamities. It might take tens of thousands of years to rise, but it can also last for tens of thousands of years. In history, the fastest immeasurable calamity lasted for nearly 10,000 years. Currently, it's only the beginning. To begin, it still has to wait for the person meant to face the calamity to mature. The person meant to face the calamity? Yes, every immeasurable calamity has a person who will face it. He will be the trigger to starting it. At that time, the negative karma of the world will spread, and all living beings will develop inner demons. They will fall into endless slaughter until the heavenly Tao feels balanced, and only then will the calamity dissipate. Han Ju was deep in thought. For more novel, visit Light Novel World. This immeasurable calamity was an elimination game. Battle Royale. When the remaining people reached a certain number, the calamity would disappear. Wasn't the best way to survive the immeasurable calamity to hide, then? He didn't have to fight for first place. Han Ju asked, Senior, did you survive the immeasurable calamity before? Pan Xian immediately raised his nose proudly. Of course. I've transcended too many immeasurable calamities. Those who can obtain great providence in the immeasurable calamity can become the master of calamity and have endless providence, gaining immortality even in the face of countless tribulations. Pan Xian's words made Han Ju think of the heavenly emperor and the demon emperor. They were both immeasurable emperors. So that was what the immeasurable emperor meant. Pan Xian smiled and said, Boy, if you survive this immeasurable calamity, I'll take you in as my disciple. On account of our affinity. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and asked, Can we avoid the next immeasurable calamity after passing it? Pan Xian said casually, Not necessarily. The immeasurable calamity might depend on karma. Karma is difficult to measure. For example, if you want to avoid the calamity, your beloved Tao companion or disciple will be killed in the calamity. Do you want revenge? If you do, you will enter the calamity and won't be able to escape. It's very difficult for a person to completely avoid karma. Even if you can bear not to save them, the disciples, friends, and relatives who wanted you to save them will hate you. After the calamity ends, you will turn against each other and cause trouble for the next calamity. Besides, the immeasurable calamity itself is a great opportunity to kill enemies and snatch providence. In the calamity, one can constantly surpass their limits. Many deity realm and even zenith heaven immortals don't have such high talent. They rely on the immeasurable calamity to seize providence. With your cultivation level, it's difficult for you to avoid the tribulation because you can't find a place where you can completely avoid it. Towards the end, Pan Xian's tone was filled with disdain. Han Ju didn't feel offended. He bowed and thanked him before quickly leaving. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel reading experience. Pan Xian found it strange. This kid seemed to be very serious. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Pan Xian's right shoulder continued to shake. 10 years later. Han Ju left his cultivation state again and started cursing the enemies. Knowing that the immeasurable calamity was coming, Han Ju hoped to curse all his enemies to death. At that time, he could avoid calamity in peace. In addition, he had stricter requirements for the disciples' cultivation. Everyone had to reach a goal within a certain period of time. If they failed, they would be severely punished. Han Ju didn't want these disciples to be weak and wait for him to save them when the calamity arrived. For a time, the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain stirred up a trend of cultivation. Even Chu Shiren didn't dare to be careless anymore. On this day, Han Ju was still cursing the enemy when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura. A black crack appeared at the end of the world, and wisps of terrifying black aura seeped out. Han Ju sensed dozens of auras. The strongest was a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, while the weakest was a Grand Unity True Immortal. Han Ju immediately contacted the security guard, White-Robed Buddha, and asked him to block it. The white-robed Buddha immediately headed over. Han Ju continued cursing the enemy. He couldn't panic when facing trouble, especially when cursing the enemy. He couldn't be interrupted. Once he was interrupted, Han Ju's mood would turn bad. For more novel, visit Light Novel World. Calm outside the cave. The Fusang tree shook violently again, causing the black hell chicken, Ada, and Xiao Er to be unable to stay on it in peace. Long Hao sensed something and suddenly stood up, looking at the sky. What's wrong? Han Wen asked curiously. Long Hao's gaze was solemn as he muttered, I sense the aura of the dragon race. He also had the bloodline of a true dragon, so he felt it very strongly. Sun Chang'an also looked into the distance and muttered, the trouble of the reroll world is coming. He didn't panic. After all, his master was here. Heavenly Court, in a spacious hall. Fong Liang sat in a huge cauldron. The medicine boiled and burned his body red. Murong Qi stood beside the cauldron staring at him. Senior, I'm fine. Go back. You don't have to look after me. Fong Liang opened his eyes and forced a smile. Murong Qi shook his head and said, this medicine contains the blood essence of a demon saint. It's extremely domineering and cannot be taken lightly. You don't have to care about me. Fong Liang gave up helplessly. He changed the topic and said, recently, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is selecting a new Great General. Do you want to participate? Great General was an existence higher than a Heavenly General. Currently, there were only the 3 Great Generals in the Heavenly Court. Murong Qi's cultivation speed was extremely fast. He had already reached the Grand Unity Mystic Immortal realm. With such talent, he had a chance to become a great general. In addition to his previous life's identity, no immortal god dared to refute. Although Murong Qi's cultivation was not outstanding, immortals greeted him wherever he went. Not long ago, the martial god general had even looked for him to reminisce. Murong Qi smiled and said, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has already talked to me. I will participate and help Grandmaster gain a foothold. Grandmaster is most afraid of trouble. If he comes to the Heavenly Court in the future, we will also help him fend off trouble. Fong Liang nodded and asked with a reminiscent expression, by the way, what cultivation level do you think Grandmaster is at now? The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. Calm after coming to the Heavenly Court, due to his aptitude and identity, he learned about the immortal world, and his knowledge increased greatly. Murong Qi said, Grandmaster has always been mysterious. I suspect that he himself is an ancient mighty figure, but he has always been hiding in the mortal world. Have you ever seen Grandmaster helpless or in a sorry state? No enemy can withstand a single blow from him. Read at Wuxia World. EU. I also think that our potentials are already too strong, but Grandmaster always makes us feel that he's unfathomable. Most importantly, Grandmaster doesn't go out to train and is in seclusion every day. I also think that our potentials are already too strong, but Grandmaster always makes us feel that he's unfathomable. Most importantly, Grandmaster doesn't go out to train and is in seclusion every day. Fong Liang sighed with reverence. It was all thanks to Han Ju that he could be where he was today. The immortal god said that he was the son of heaven and earth, but he knew that he was mediocre. The so-called son of heaven and earth was also the providence that his grandmaster had obtained for him. In his heart, Han Ju was always the most important person. Murong Qi teased. Perhaps Grandmaster is an avatar of the Tao ancestor. Only peerless mighty figures need to constantly enter seclusion, because each time they do, it will take tens of thousands of years. In that case, our Grandmaster is actually not cultivating diligently. He hasn't even started his seclusion. Feng Liang felt that it made sense and nodded. Of course, he only felt that Han Ju was a peerless mighty figure and not the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor was an illusory legend that might not really exist. The two of them chatted casually. On the other side, in the Imperial Garden, Di Tai Bai stopped in front of the Heavenly Emperor and bowed. Your Majesty, the true dragon race has been restless recently. A crown prince even went to the reroll world. With Han Ju's personality, he might, although Han Ju was timid, he always wanted to prevent future trouble. Cowardly and ruthless at the same time. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes flickered. Ignore them. If Han Ju is from the Heavenly Court, the true dragon race is only related to me. You should know which is more important. I belong to the Heavenly Court now and not the true dragon race. I understand. Report the situation of the reroll world to me anytime. Yes. Di Tai Bai quickly left. The Heavenly Emperor put down his wine cup and snorted. Oh dragon race, looks like you haven't forgotten your ambitions. Since you're not willing to support me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The battle between the white-robed Buddha and the dragon race lasted for several days. In the end, the white-robed Buddha and the Grand Unity Golden Immortal leading the dragon race were both injured. The dragon race retreated, and the white-robed Buddha hurriedly found Han Ju. The two of them gathered in the forest. The white-robed Buddha had a bitter expression as he said, Senior, the one who came this time is the true dragon race's 13th prince. This person is also a genius. If he comes again, I won't be able to hold them off. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju asked, why are they here? They want to occupy the reroll world. This world's providence is too strong now. Soon, the upper limit of the mortal world will be raised to the Earth Immortal realm. It's fine. I'll kill him the next time he comes. Yes, Senior. The white-robed Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Han Ju was willing to help, everything would be fine. Han Ju asked meaningfully, when will you return to the Buddhist sect or to the Chan school? The white-robed Buddha said without hesitation, I definitely can't go back to the Buddhist sect. They have already sent people to hunt me down. As for the Chan school, that's already in the past. The Heavenly Venerable clearly doesn't want to fight anymore. I'll stay in the reroll world in the future. Coming back to his senses and realizing something, he immediately knelt in front of Han Ju. Senior. Please accept me. I'm willing to serve you. Han Ju smiled and said, sure. From now on, you're a member of the hidden sect. As for your status, it depends on your performance later on. Hidden sect. The white-robed Buddha was deep in thought. Could it be that there was a huge force behind Han Ju? No wonder. He was instantly excited and hurriedly promised himself that he would work hard. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways. Han Ju returned to the Khanate cave abode with a solemn expression. Dragon race. At this rate, the immeasurable calamity would happen. He had no choice but to enter the calamity. Even if he didn't want to fight with others, the enemies would still come knocking. How could he withstand the attacks of all his enemies? No. He had to think of a way to curse all of them. Han Ju made up his mind and decided to go all out. New novel chapters are published here, Light Novel World. I have 54 trillion years of lifespan. What's wrong with spending just 100 million years? Han Ju thought silently and then took out the Book of Misfortune. He would first curse the Heavenly Rage Buddha and then the 13th Prince. This way, even if he died, the true dragon race might not think of him. Han Ju started to curse. 10 days later, he still did not stop and continued cursing the Heavenly Rage Buddha. The Heavenly Rage Buddha was the one who had given Sun Chang'an the love tribulation. His hatred had reached 4.5 stars, so he had to die. He cursed for a month. Han Ju's lifespan decreased by 1,000 years, but he soon noticed an email notification. Because of your curse, your enemy Heavenly Rage Buddha destroyed his devil heart and soul. He has completely perished. Putting aside this crazy curse, Han Ju had cursed the Heavenly Rage Buddha countless times before. He was already going mad. He died. Han Ju smiled proudly and started cursing the true dragon race's 13th prince. 9 days later, Han Ju saw another notification. The 13th prince of the true dragon race suffered from chi deviation due to your curse. He wreaked havoc in the clan and was killed by his elders. Han Ju was amused. After the system upgraded, it could actually detect people who had no interpersonal relationships with him. This was a good thing. Han Ju continued cursing. Next was the nine-tailed demon empress of the demon race. This woman had lost her son and must have been thinking about killing him. A month later, your enemy nine-tailed demon empress suffered from chi deviation due to your curse. Fortunately, the demon emperor protected her soul. Han Ju swore and continued cursing. Another month passed. Because of your curse, the cultivation of your enemy nine-tailed demon empress has fallen. Fortunately, the demon emperor protected her soul. Again. Because of your curse, your enemy nine-tailed demon empress couldn't withstand the agony and died. Her body and soul were destroyed entirely. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. The image of the nine-tailed demon empress disappeared. Han Ju had lost tens of thousands of years of his lifespan. Not only was his heart bleeding, but his eyes were also bleeding. However, it was worth it. He stopped cursing, planning to rest for a few months. In a lofty palace, a group of maids knelt on the ground, trembling. A mighty figure stood in front of them. It was the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was 100 feet tall and wore a dragon-patterned red robe. He had a cold expression and a pair of horns on both sides of his crown. 9 small suns floated behind him, making him look extremely dazzling. The Demon Emperor's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a low voice, "I've only gone out for a while and the Demon Empress died. Has no enemy infiltrated during this period of time?" Why, no, the Demon Empress was not in the right state, a servant girl shivered. Before she could finish speaking, the Demon Emperor suddenly waved his sleeve and killed them. They were all reduced to ashes. There was no time to even wail. The Demon Emperor overflowed with killing intent, causing the hall to tremble. He pinched his fingers but was utterly unable to deduce who had caused the death of the nine-tailed Demon Empress. He could only deduce one book. A mysterious book without words. Supreme treasure. Someone was using this treasure to curse his Demon Empress to death. The Demon Emperor frowned. He couldn't sense the owner of this book. "Don't let me find you. Otherwise, you won't even be able to beg for death." The Demon Emperor's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, his tone filled with killing intent. After resting for half a year, Han Ju held the Book of Misfortune and pulled out his interpersonal relationships. He began to screen the next enemy. The Demon Emperor surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm. He couldn't curse rashly. It was very difficult to curse him to death. He might even be discovered. In that case, the target would be the Undying Emperor. Back then, he had been killed by the Divine General, but there was still a wisp of his soul hiding somewhere. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Platform. He had to kill all these threats. Read at Wuxia World. EU. 10 days later. 10 days later. The weakened Undying Emperor was cursed to death by Han Ju. Because of your curse, the remnant soul of your enemy undying emperor dissipated. His body and soul were destroyed. His profile picture in interpersonal relationships was also gone. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. After cursing 4 enemies, he lost 100,000 years of life. Who could withstand this expenditure? Han Ju's heart ached, but he still had to continue cursing. Next was the dragon subduing Buddha. Grand Unity Golden Immortal Cultivation Level, 4-star hatred points. He had to die. Half a month later. Because of your curse, your enemy dragon subduing Buddha's Buddhist heart shattered and he suffered from chi deviation. Fortunately, the Buddha ancestor protected his soul. Damn it! Another big shot was interfering. Han Ju gritted his teeth and persisted. Fortunately, this Buddha ancestor was not as determined as the demon emperor. Another 10 days passed. Because of your curse, your enemy dragon subduing Buddha turned into an evil fiend. The Buddhist and devil energy clashed and he perished. His body and soul are destroyed. Another enemy icon was gone. Han Ju felt very happy. He looked at the remaining enemies. Most of them were immortals of the heavenly court, so their hatred was not high. He was a little hesitant. If they were all cursed to death, wouldn't heavenly court suffer heavy losses? Forget it. It was fine if the hatred points were 1 or 2 stars. The other party just did not like him and might not want to kill him. However, 3 stars of hatred meant that they had to be cursed to death. This was the sign of unforgiving hatred. Han Ju filtered through the list and continued cursing. In any case, these immortals were not strong. It was fine if a few died. This content is taken from Light Novel World. It was all the hatred accumulated from resisting the heavenly troops more than 1,000 years ago. After so many years, most of the hatred had decreased, but a few still maintained it. They were simply crazy. Immortal World, Buddhist sect. The heavenly Tao Buddha sat on a golden lotus. In front of him were countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Even though the Buddhist light shone brightly, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Heavenly Tao Buddha slowly said, after the fall of the victorious fighting Buddha, the heavenly rage Buddha and the dragon subduing Buddha also perished in the Buddhist sect. I've deduced that someone is using a supreme treasure to curse. What do you think? 2 immortal emperors and a grand unity golden immortal. They were gone just like that. To the Buddhists it was definitely a huge loss. A fat Buddha said, someone is provoking the Buddhist sect and even starting a war. This cannot be tolerated. With that said, all the Buddhas were infuriated. Amitabha. Buddha is merciful. We don't provoke others, but they provoke us. How despicable. This is a complete slap to the face of the entire Buddhist sect. Could it be the heavenly court? No, the heavenly emperor won't do that. If he really wants to target us, I'm afraid the heavenly troops would have already come. I think it's the divine palace. They're mysterious and unfathomable. We don't know how many mighty figures are hidden there. At least, no one in the heavenly court has such a powerful curse ability. The Buddhas discussed. The Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and the envoys looked at each other and whispered. The heavenly Tao Buddha slowly opened his eyes and said, I've deduced that the Dharma treasure is a book. A book? The Buddhas were even more puzzled. This range is too large. There are too many treasures in the world in the form of books as Dharma treasures. The most famous is the Life and Death Book of the Netherworld, followed by the Earth Immortal Book of the Immortal World. A Buddha shook his head. Some Buddhas also doubted it. Since it's a curse, how can the other party leave any traces behind? Could the other party have shown you a book to mislead you? Many Buddhas nodded in agreement. The heavenly Tao Buddha fell into deep thought. He couldn't guess the other party's identity. It wasn't difficult for him to hide his Dharma treasure. Could it be that he really exposed the book on purpose? The heavenly Tao Buddha frowned. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. After all, the calamity was coming. He didn't want the Buddhist sect to be the first to face it. This content is taken from Light Novel World. No matter how the Buddhas discussed it, they couldn't think of the true murderer's identity. Hanju's presence was too small. Even the heavenly Tao Buddha didn't care about him and didn't even know of his existence. In his opinion, the reason why the Supreme Buddha and the ancient spiritual ginseng stayed in the reroll world was definitely the Heavenly Emperor's plan. Earlier in the reroll world, there were Divine Lord Wuda and Flame Lord Emperor. It was enough to hide Hanju's existence. The dragon subduing Buddha and the Heavenly Rage Buddha also didn't reveal Hanju's existence because he was too weak. Although they wanted to kill him, they didn't think much of him. The reason why Hanju didn't die was that the Heavenly Emperor was protecting him. Another half a year passed. Apart from the Demon Emperor, all the enemies with 3 stars and above hatred points were cursed to death by Hanju. He had lost 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. He was still far from the self-imposed limit of 100 million. Hanju felt better. The sky had never been so blue, and the air had never been so fresh. Master, you're very happy. What were you doing just now? Tao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but ask. When she saw Hanju bleeding from his 7 orifices, she was almost frightened to death. Hanju said seriously, just pretend that you didn't see this. You're not allowed to tell anyone, including my disciples. If you dare to tell anyone, both of us will die. Tao Comprehension Sword's face turned pale. Was it that serious? She hurriedly promised, I've already forgotten about this. Hanju nodded and said meaningfully, the world is about to be overturned. At that time, we won't have anywhere to hide even if we want to. Hurry up and cultivate. Don't keep staring at me. Tao Comprehension Sword blushed in embarrassment. On the other side, inside the Taoist temple. The white-robed Buddha looked at the sky outside the door and muttered, why isn't he here yet? The 13th prince had said that he would definitely make him pay the price. However, after waiting for a few years, the 13th prince did not come. Could it be that the heavenly court had made a move? The white-robed Buddha sighed. Just as he was about to cultivate, a figure appeared in front of him. Updated at Light Novel World. It was the heavenly Tao Buddha. The white-robed Buddha almost peed his pants. Heavenly Tao Buddha said expressionlessly, don't worry. I can't touch you. I just want to ask you something. The white-robed Buddha pretended to be calm and asked, what is it? Who killed the victorious fighting Buddha? The heavenly Tao Buddha asked. When the white-robed Buddha heard that, he knew that the heavenly Tao Buddha was looking for Hanju. He said, the immortal emperor of the Jia school attacked. The heavenly Tao Buddha frowned. How is that possible? Why would the Jia school attack? The immortal emperor of the Jia school is arrogant. He wants the victorious fighting Buddha's body to resurrect an ancient mighty figure, the white-robed Buddha said. He was a disciple of the Chan school in the past and was extremely against the Jia school. In the immeasurable calamity, the 3 schools of the Tao sect fought among themselves and perished together. Even today, they were still mortal enemies. The heavenly Tao Buddha was silent. A moment later, his figure vanished. The white-robed Buddha heaved a sigh of relief and secretly admired Hanju. How impressive! Even after killing the victorious fighting Buddha, the heavenly Tao Buddha did not detect him. The white-robed Buddha made up his mind to cozy up to Hanju. The world was huge. Now, he could only stay here, and he had to rely on the reroll world to achieve the Emperor realm. Heavenly Court. In the Imperial Garden. The Heavenly Emperor was reading a scroll in the pavilion when the figure of the Heavenly Tao Buddha appeared. Did the victorious fighting Buddha die in the hands of your Heavenly Court? He asked. The Heavenly Emperor glanced at him and said, I wish. He killed so many of our immortals and gods. Hanju was the Heavenly Emperor's trump card. he couldn't be exposed. Although he didn't know why the Heavenly Tao Buddha asked, the Heavenly Emperor still wanted to help Hanju. Therefore, he said, the victorious fighting Buddha was killed by a mysterious mighty figure when he approached the reroll world. Even I can't guess his background. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover new novels. Heavenly Tao Buddha frowned. Could it really be the Jie school? Speaking of which, the Buddhist sect indeed had a grudge against the Jie school. Many of their disciples came from there. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Hanju didn't know that the Heavenly Tao Buddha was looking for the victorious fighting Buddha's true murderer. He was cultivating happily. Hanju didn't know that the Heavenly Tao Buddha was looking for the victorious fighting Buddha's true murderer. He was cultivating happily. After only the Demon Emperor was left, Hanju felt the pressure decrease. His next goal was to become a rank 2 immortal emperor. Although it was very difficult to achieve the emperor realm, he couldn't stop at rank 1 immortal emperor. The more difficult it was, the more he had to grasp every day. Time passed. Year after year passed. The true dragon race did not come to the reroll world again. Even the Fusang tree did not shake any more, as if the danger had been resolved. It seemed that only the 13th prince was interested in the reroll world. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level was steadily increasing, but he was still far from becoming a rank 2 immortal emperor. On this day, the providence of the reroll world increased again, and the limit of the world rose to the earth immortal realm. Only those who surpassed the earth immortal realm would be expelled by the Heavenly Tao. The spirit chi of heaven and earth multiplied. Everyone in the world could sense it. Immediately, a rumor began to spread. There was no need to ascend. The mortal world was the immortal world itself. This rumor spread wider and wider. Many holy lands in the mortal world acknowledged it. In just a few hundred years, the spirit chi of the world continued to increase. After all, the reason why cultivators ascended was that the mortal world couldn't allow them to advance any further. The mastermind behind this rumor was the white-robed Buddha. He had put in a lot of effort to increase the reroll world strength. As the world's cultivation limit increased, Hanju also began to allow disciples who hadn't reached the heaven immortal realm to go out and train. Especially the 8 Han brothers, they could go out and broaden their horizons. For a time, the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was much quieter. Hanju was cultivating the heavenly cycle body tempering technique in the cave abode. Even if he reached the immortal emperor realm, his stellar primordial body could still become stronger. Detected that the heavenly court is declaring war on the demon court. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and join the heavenly court to fight for providence. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Stay away from trouble and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. Hanju was stunned. The heavenly court was declaring war on the demon court. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel reading experience in the past, it was always others provoking the heavenly court. This time, the heavenly emperor had gotten arrogant. Looking at the system reward, it was obviously trying to lure Hanju into the battle. Could this be the beginning of the immeasurable calamity? No. I can't involve myself. Hanju silently chose the second option and obtained another great Tao fragment. At this point, he had accumulated 9 grand Tao fragments. Now, he could sense the great Tao and obtain a supreme Tao technique. Hanju had been waiting for this moment. He had thought that he would have to wait until he was 3,000 years old before he could obtain the 9th great Tao fragment. He didn't expect the heavenly emperor to give him a surprise. Hanju's favorability towards the heavenly emperor increased. The current favorability was 9 stars. Han Ju adjusted his emotions and chased Dao Comprehension Sword out. Then, he took out the 9 great Dao fragments. The fragments were like pieces of a compass. Their color was different and looked very inconsistent. They didn't seem to be fragments of the same item. Han Ju carefully used his dermic powers to fuse the 9 great Dao fragments. In an instant, a strong light burst forth, illuminating the cave abode. Han Ju felt an extremely terrifying aura. This was an unprecedented feeling of terror. In front of this aura, he, a rank 1 immortal emperor, seemed like he would be reduced to ashes at any moment. Was this the aura of the great Tao? Han Ju was shocked. Why was his Tao of life and death not so powerful? The strong light in front of him suddenly surged into his body and his eyes closed. The light dissipated, and the 9 great Tao fragments were already gone. Outside the cave abode, Li Yao, Long Hao, Dao Comprehension Sword, the Black Hell Chicken, Sun Chang'an, Chu Shiren, and the 3-headed Wirm King, who were cultivating under the tree, couldn't help but look over. Apart from them, the others had already gone out to train. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. Calm moved, Sun Chang'an muttered, this aura, he had felt it before. He had felt it from the Buddha ancestor. Chu Shiren's heart beat faster. For some reason, he was stunned when he sensed the aura coming from the Khanate cave abode. Unconsciously, he saw some fragmented images that were unfamiliar and yet familiar to him. No way, Master is breaking through again, the 3-headed Wirm King exclaimed. How long had it been? Everyone was already used to this and did not reply. Chu Shiren slowly closed his eyes. Sun Chang'an glanced at him with a meaningful gaze. Han Ju's consciousness came to a mysterious space filled with purple mist. There was nothing else. He floated in confusion until his consciousness became clear. Han Ju stopped and thought in confusion, where? Was I not fusing the great Tao fragments? Why was he here? Han Ju observed his surroundings carefully. Isn't this purple mist the chaotic qi in my body? Why is there such a huge quantity? Could it be that his consciousness was in his body now? But why were there no billions of stars? Han Ju was even more confused and started to wander around. However, this space was endless. Even if he erupted with the speed of an immortal emperor, he still couldn't reach the end. He couldn't even leave this space. Han Ju panicked. Could it be that he was attacked by a mighty figure and his soul was trapped here? After a long time. After confirming that he couldn't escape, Han Ju gave up. He began to meditate and cultivate. What? Han Ju was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation speed was much faster than before. Wait. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. So he wasn't trapped, after all. Could this be the process of fusing the great Tao fragments? Supreme Tao techniques weren't directly inherited, but created by oneself. After thinking it through, Han Ju began to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The reason why he could cultivate to this day was mainly because of this cultivation technique. If he wanted to create a stronger cultivation technique, he could only use the 6 paths of reincarnation as the foundation. Han Ju suddenly had a bold thought. If he fused the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and the heavenly cycle body tempering technique. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique emphasized comprehensive rules, and the heavenly cycle body tempering technique used strength to attain the Tao and domineeringly improved the body. Boom! The purple mist from all directions surged into Han Ju's body. His consciousness entered an extremely mysterious state. The things he couldn't understand in the past began to dawn on him like the clouds parting to reveal the sun. Everything became clear. Countless thoughts appeared in Han Ju's mind. It was like the explosion of the universe. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. He began to create a new cultivation technique. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The immortals were discussing how to attack the demon court. The heavenly emperor sat on his throne and listened quietly. At this moment, the numinous palace suddenly shook violently. Shocked, the immortals took out their treasures and waited. What's happening? Enemy attack. I can't sense the enemy's aura. No, it's not an enemy attack, it's providence. The heavenly court's providence is increasing. Why is this happening? In an uproar, the immortals spread their divine senses. The heavenly emperor frowned and calculated with his fingers. Then, his expression changed drastically. He deduced that the providence of the heavenly court was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Not only that, but a certain power of rules that was even stronger than the heavenly Tao descended and enveloped the heavenly court. Someone is becoming a zenith heaven cultivator. Impossible. The heavenly emperor knew the heavenly court extremely well. There was no such person. Visit Light Novel World. For a better user experience, read at Wuxia World. EU. Investigate. I want to know the reason, the heavenly emperor shouted in a low voice. Since he couldn't deduce it, he would use manpower to find out. Investigate. I want to know the reason, the heavenly emperor shouted in a low voice. Since he couldn't deduce it, he would use manpower to find out. The immortals immediately accepted the order. They were about to discuss the strategy of attacking the demon court when they were interrupted. The sudden increase in providence might not be a good thing. Someone might be messing with the heavenly court. The immeasurable calamity was about to arrive. The faction with the greatest providence would definitely face it. According to history, the strongest factions often ended up the worst after facing the calamity. This was also the reason why the four overlord powers had always maintained a balance. They could fight, but they definitely did not want to become the strongest force. This was what the heavenly court and the divine palace thought. If the two of them became stronger together, neither was the strongest. Looking at the past calamities, the final victors were all weak forces before the great calamity. During the first calamity, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races fought and the Tao sect rose. During the Magus demon calamity, the Magus and demons fought to the death and the human race rose. During the divine investiture calamity, the internal strife of the three Tao sect schools gave rise to the Buddhist sect. The heavenly emperor tried his best to calm down, but he was still furious. The immeasurable calamity had just begun, but someone wanted to harm the heavenly court already. In the Buddhist sect, the heavenly Tao Buddha suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He frowned and muttered, "Great Tao Providence. What's the heavenly court doing? Is this a declaration of war?" He immediately contacted the demon emperor. On the other side, Divine Palace. The master of the Divine Palace was cultivating and also felt the heavenly court's providence increase. He counted with his fingers. Nothing came up. His first thought was that someone was making a move on the heavenly court. In the past few years, the heavenly court had often fought with the Buddhist sect, the demon court, and the devil race. It had been extremely difficult. Why had their providence increased so much? Looks like the calamity is really coming, the master of the Divine Palace muttered to himself with a solemn expression. This was the first time the Divine Palace had experienced the immeasurable calamity. As its master, he naturally felt great pressure. If he wasn't careful, the Divine Palace would cease to exist. Han Ju comprehended a supreme Tao technique, causing the immortal world to shake and a storm to surge. Not aware of it, he continued comprehending it. In the mysterious space, he was already wrapped in purple mist, forming a huge purple egg. Mysterious words circled it. Looking at the words, they seemed to be of different languages. He had already found a feeling. The most up-to-date novels are published here, Light Novel World. A brand new and powerful cultivation technique was being born in his mind. It was constantly improving and strengthening. This was no longer a cultivation technique, but the Dharmic Tao. It was a method to attain the Tao. At the same time, above the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, rolling thunderclouds appeared and countless purple lightning interwoven. Everyone from the hidden sect looked up in shock. What a terrifying pressure. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect didn't see such a phenomenon. Previously, Hanju had combined the barrier function of the system with the Tao field. No matter what happened inside, from the outside, the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain looked peaceful and beautiful. They would see no abnormality, and the aura of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain wouldn't leak out. After all, the hidden sect disciples were all geniuses. Every now and then, they would break through and cause a huge commotion. However, if Hanju saw the thunderclouds on the peak, he would definitely be shocked. This was a heavenly tribulation that even the heavenly Tao stone and Tao field could not stop. One had to know that he hadn't transcended the tribulation when he had ascended to the Emperor realm. Purple lightning struck down crazily on the mountaintop. It passed through the mountain and landed on Hanju. The mountain was not destroyed, but Hanju's body trembled. This wasn't the heavenly tribulation. There was no destructive power. It was more like a baptism. Under the infusion of purple lightning, Hanju's body burst out with light like a human star. His body was being tempered and becoming stronger. The Black Hell Chicken, Tao Comprehension Sword, Sun Chang'an, and the others were relieved when they discovered that the purple lightning did not harm the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. They were certain that Hanju was cultivating a mystical power. A mysterious and powerful mystical power. Some time passed before Hanju finally woke up. The mysterious words and purple mist around him were all sucked into his body. Hanju opened his eyes. His pupils had turned purple. This technique is called the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. Hanju muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding purple gas surged into his body. His cultivation level began to increase. New novel chapters are published here, like Novel World. Congratulations on creating a great Tao cultivation technique. You have obtained a heavenly Tao spirit stone and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Heaven and Earth Primordial Sword, Heaven and Earth Primordial Sword, Deity Realm Numinous Treasure, a weapon of slaughter. Its power is endless. The stronger the negative karma, the stronger the lethality. Great Tao cultivation technique. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. His future cultivation would be smooth sailing now. He didn't immediately take out the Heaven and Earth Primordial Sword but continued to comprehend. Although it was the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao that he had comprehended, he had not completely grasped it. He didn't even know how far this Tao could be cultivated. Recalling his previous state of enlightenment, Hanju felt like he was in a dream. After waking up, his dream became blurry. After this fortuitous encounter, Hanju finally understood that the qi in his body was not chaotic qi, but the higher-level primordial qi. The stellar primordial body could constantly produce nebulous primordial qi. The nebulous primordial qi was above the heavenly Tao and was not restricted by it. After a long time, Hanju's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes and discovered that the cave abode was in chaos. He didn't think too much and began to sense his body. His dharmic powers had increased by more than 10 times. He wasn't far from becoming a rank 2 immortal emperor. The immortal emperor realm had 9 ranks. Apart from increasing the accumulation of dharmic powers, each rank also required the soul to transform. After transforming 9 times, he would become a rank 9 immortal emperor. When the soul reached an absolute realm of perfection, he could advance to the deity realm. The emperor realm cultivated the soul, while the deity realm cultivated the Tao heart. It wasn't enough for the Tao heart to be just firm. One could cultivate it at the deity realm, and even use it to suppress all living beings. Han Ju was extremely satisfied. As expected of the 9 great Tao fragments, this was truly impressive. Han Ju waved his right hand, restoring the cave abode to its original state. "Come out for a gathering." A familiar voice sounded. It was the Heavenly Emperor. Han Ju was puzzled. Why was the Heavenly Emperor here? He immediately left the cave abode and headed for the familiar forest. The moment Han Ju appeared, he felt the Heavenly Emperor's gaze, full of pressure. New novel chapters are published here, Light Novel World. The Heavenly Emperor examined him and then said, "What absurd providence. It's really you." Stunned, Han Ju examined his providence. It was indeed much higher than before. The so-called providence was invisible and colorless. It required a special technique to sense it, and an immortal emperor could use their divine sense to detect it. Han Ju was like a sun, shining brightly. The influence of a great Tao cultivation technique was so terrifying. Crap. This wasn't good for his seclusion. Han Ju didn't know how to face the Heavenly Emperor. "Tell me honestly, what did you do earlier?" The Heavenly Emperor stared at him with a burning gaze. Han Ju's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He had thought that the Heavenly Court would face a huge crisis, but who knew? It was an unprecedented opportunity. To be able to attract the great Tao, he must have obtained a great opportunity. Han Ju said carefully, "I just had an epiphany." The Heavenly Emperor was expressionless, but he was extremely shocked inside. "Epiphany? You've already turned the world upside down." "No." If news of Han Ju's talent spread, the Buddhists, the Demon Court, the Divine Palace, and even the Tao sect would definitely risk their lives to kill him. The Heavenly Emperor's heart began to burn. Perhaps Han Ju could become a Zenith Heaven cultivator. How many years had it been? It had been a long time since the immortal world had given birth to a Zenith Heaven. It had been so long that everyone thought that the immortal Emperor realm was the peak of cultivation. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju became nervous when the Heavenly Emperor suddenly smiled. Han Ju became nervous when the Heavenly Emperor suddenly smiled. What a cunning expression. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor was plotting to make him work? Han Ju sighed inside. The Heavenly Emperor stared at him with a burning gaze and asked, "Is your loyalty to the Heavenly Court still there?" "The Heavenly Court is my home. If I'm invincible in the myriad worlds, I will definitely send the Heavenly Court to the top." "Humph, but not now, right?" Cough cough, "No. I'm too weak now. The other immortals who can contribute to the Heavenly Court can also do it. I want to become the future pillar of the Heavenly Court." "Humph. From today onwards, I won't interfere if an immortal emperor attacks the reroll world. However, if they exceed the Emperor realm, I won't let you die." The Heavenly Emperor snorted, looking as if he had already seen through him. Han Ju hurriedly nodded. He could only agree. The Heavenly Emperor sized him up and said, "Perhaps you can reach the Zenith Heaven realm." Zenith Heaven. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. "My goal has been discovered?" He asked curiously, "Are there many Zenith Heavens in the immortal world?" The Heavenly Emperor replied, "Ever since the last calamity ended, there has been no new Zenith Heaven. Perhaps one will appear in the next calamity. The 2 supreme prodigies of the human school are already close to it. If you're able to reach the Zenith Heaven realm after the next calamity, I will do my best to protect you." Although the Heavenly Court was afraid of the immeasurable calamity, they were not in despair. They had already survived several calamities. Human school. Han Ju blinked and asked curiously, "Is the human school the strongest among the 3 schools of the Tao sect?" The Heavenly Emperor shook his head. "In terms of power, they're the weakest. Ever since the divine investiture calamity ended, the human school only nurtured 2 disciples in each generation. As long as one disciple dies, the other disciple must also die. However, after all the disciples of the first generation die, they will nurture the next generation. In terms of talent, the disciples of the human school have the highest potential. Live and die together. 2 disciples in the sect at any one time. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. What kind of ridiculous rule was this? Han Ju was shocked. Wasn't this elite path too narrow? Weren't they afraid of accidentally destroying the sect's lineage? By the way, Your Majesty, do you know Pan Xian? Han Ju asked curiously. The Heavenly Emperor frowned. Where did you learn this name? Han Ju didn't hide anything and told him about his encounter with Pan Xian. The Heavenly Emperor's expression turned solemn. Don't have too deep of a relationship with this person. If you offend him, I won't be able to protect you. Furthermore, he's being targeted by an extremely terrifying mighty figure and can't even protect himself. Being on good terms with him won't end well. Han Ju asked in surprise, is there a higher hierarchy in this world than you, the Demon Emperor, and the Buddha? You'll understand when you reach the deity realm. Is His Majesty at the deity realm? Deity realm? Hee. The Heavenly Emperor shook his head and laughed before disappearing. Han Ju showed a frown. This laughter. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor was at the Zenith Heaven realm? Han Ju was secretly shocked. He really couldn't offend him. Then, he returned to the Connate cave abode and continued cultivating. It had taken him nearly 3 years to comprehend the Supreme Tao technique. He had to continue cultivating. He wanted to break through to the rank 2 Immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible. In a dark palace, Su Qi was meditating. Ever since he had escaped the pursuit of the great desolate sacred dynasty, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the divine palace and did not interact with others. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Sword God Emperor. The Sword God Emperor said expressionlessly, Su Qi, you have to go on a mission next. Seeing Su Qi gave him a headache. New chapters are published on Light Novel World. As his cultivation level increased, this fellow's bad luck also increased rapidly. Even Grand Unity Golden Immortals might not be able to withstand it. When this fellow reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm, perhaps even Immortal Emperors would be harmed. The Jia school was really detestable. They always nurtured trouble. Su Qi opened his eyes and asked curiously, what mission? Kill the demon saints. Do you dare? The Sword God Emperor looked down at Su Qi and deliberately provoked him. Su Qi said, I don't dare. The Sword God Emperor fell silent. Su Qi cursed silently. Do you think I'm stupid? Kill the demon saints. Master isn't secretly protecting me. Won't I die if I go? Anyway, Master asked me to stay in the divine palace. I'm not going anywhere. Ever since Su Qi was imprisoned by the Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty, he finally understood Han Ju's efforts. Without absolutely powerful cultivation, he really couldn't wander around. Go. If you're afraid of the demon saints, go kill the demon kings. The Sword God Emperor suppressed his anger. Su Qi shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. I want to cultivate well. Isn't the divine palace very tolerant toward disciples? There's no need to carry out missions unless they've already finished their apprenticeship. The reason why there were so many prodigies in the divine palace was because of the rules. Unless the divine palace made arrangements, the disciples had to leave the sect before they could go out and do missions. Su Qi had already been sent out by the Sword God Emperor once. This time, he felt that his rejection was very reasonable. Even if he was a disciple recruited by the Sword God Emperor, he couldn't forcefully expel him. The Sword God Emperor frowned. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Su Chi heaved a sigh of relief and continued cultivating. I'm already about to reach the grand unity true immortal realm. If Master knows, he will definitely be happy. No one in the sect should be able to catch up to me. Su Chi thought proudly. New novel chapters are published here, Light Novel World. He suddenly missed the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. When he became a golden immortal, he would return. At that time, he would give his master a surprise. In the future, he would be the one supporting the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Another 10 years passed. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Demon Emperor. There was only one target left on his daily mission. Hanju felt that it was difficult for him to curse the Demon Emperor to death with his cultivation, but at least it could annoy him. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor, X-15, your good friend Divine Lord Wuda was attacked by a demon saint. Your disciple Su Chi spread bad luck. The divine palace is unaffected. The Jinx's divinity has begun to increase. Your grand disciple Murong Chi was attacked by demons, X239874, your good friend Tai Sutian discussed the Tao with a mighty figure and comprehended the great Tao of karma. Your good friend Di Hongya left the immortal world and stepped into the river of time. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by a mighty figure and his body was destroyed. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has returned to his body. His sword Tao heart has grown. The heavenly court and the demon court really fought. Hanju noticed that Zhang Guxing had regained his body and immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Zhang Guxing, rank 5 immortal emperor. So impressive? Hanju was shocked. He had already felt that his brother was not simple, but he didn't expect him to be so ridiculously strong. Was Zhang Guxing going to rise up? It must be because of me. Hanju didn't curse Yu Tianbao to death directly, but he had accumulated too many curses in the past. He probably had a mental breakdown already. Because Yu Tianbao didn't have any hatred towards him, Hanju was too embarrassed to curse him to death. If Yu Tianbao wanted to kill Zhang Guxing, he would have died long ago. He was probably obstructed in the Divine Palace. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Platform. He should let Zhang Guxing kill this person personally. Hanju thought silently and continued to check his emails. Almost all the heavenly generals of the heavenly court were attacked. It was quite a commotion. Hanju felt a sense of danger. He had to hurry up and break through to the rank 2 immortal emperor realm. At this moment, Tao Comprehension Sword walked in and stopped in front of him. She said carefully, Master, the chaotic heavenly dog is back. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Why is this dog back? Why is this dog back? Hanju opened his eyes and snorted coldly. His tone was filled with disdain. The other disciples had their own backgrounds, only the chaotic heavenly dog was obtained from the system by him. Hanju actually cared about the chaotic heavenly dog, but this fellow was too reckless. Every time he went out, he would be beaten up and refuse to return. Its eyes were dug out, Tao Comprehension Sword said carefully. Hanju frowned. He immediately swept his divine sense out. At that moment, the chaotic heavenly dog was surrounded by the people from the hidden sect. It lay on the ground, its aura weak and emaciated. It didn't have its previous arrogance and looked very miserable. The black hell chicken exploded in anger and cursed. Stupid dog, who tortured you like this? Although it was cursing, it was clearly very concerned about the chaotic heavenly dog. After all, the chaotic heavenly dog was hatched by it. It was equivalent to its child. The chaotic heavenly dog sighed. Stop asking. I won't go out again, the others frowned. Long Hao said in a low voice, Who is it? Tell me, I'll help you take revenge. He had always promised to protect the hidden sect. Having lived for so long, this was the first time he had encountered such a miserable fellow disciple. Forget it. There's really no need. The chaotic heavenly dog shook its head. It was clearly afraid. Everyone was very curious. What had the chaotic heavenly dog experienced that made it so afraid? In the past, this dog was the most arrogant. The chaotic heavenly dog scanned the area and suddenly asked, "Where's Yang Tiandong?" He went out to train again. Everyone spread their hands, indicating that they did not know either. Yang Tiandong has been in the reincarnation cycle for hundreds of years. Han Ju's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned. Yang Tiandong was dead. They were all shocked. Han Ju didn't mention it before. No wonder he didn't come back. Chaotic heavenly dog, come in. The others can continue cultivating. Han Ju's voice floated over again. Immediately after, Dao Comprehension Sword walked out of the cave abode. Visit Light Novel World. For a better reading experience. The chaotic heavenly dog was uneasy as it carefully walked towards the cave abode. Although its eyes were gone, its divine sense was still there. After it entered the cave abode, the others exploded. The chaotic heavenly dog's eyes were gouged out and Yang Tiandong died. It's so dangerous outside. Inside the Khanate cave abode. The chaotic heavenly dog sprawled in front of Han Ju, not daring to look up as its body trembled. Han Ju frowned. He caught a mysterious force in the chaotic heavenly dog's eye sockets, preventing it from regrowing its eyes. Who injured you? If the chaotic heavenly dog didn't provoke the other party, Han Ju would uphold justice. The chaotic heavenly dog hesitated, afraid that it would cause trouble for him. Han Ju asked, "The other party is an immortal emperor. Are you afraid that I can't defeat him?" Previously, it was shown that the chaotic heavenly dog had been captured by a mighty figure, which meant that it was an immortal emperor. The chaotic heavenly dog suddenly looked up in shock. How did Master know? In the chaotic heavenly dog's opinion, although Han Ju was powerful, he had always been in the mortal world and did not know much about the immortal world. Ever since it was captured in the immortal world, the chaotic heavenly dog knew how tiny the mortal world was. This was also the reason why it did not dare to speak about the real culprit. The other party was too strong. So powerful that it didn't dare to hate them. Han Ju snorted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, he extracted the power from the chaotic heavenly dog's eye socket and extinguished it. Li Xian'eo has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Li Xian'eo. Surprised, Han Ju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. Li Xian'eo, cultivation unknown. The second disciple of the human school who travels the heavens and collects providence. He wants to lead human school to prosperity. Because you wiped away the power he left on the chaotic heavenly dog, he is interested in you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Interested? How was it hatred points, then? Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel reading experience. Han Ju cursed silently. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor had mentioned that the 2 disciples of the human school were about to reach the zenith heaven realm. In other words, Li Xian'eo was at the deity realm at the very least. Han Ju's heart sank. Seeing that the chaotic heavenly dog refused to say anything, he said, "Go out and cultivate well. From now on, you are not allowed to go out." The chaotic heavenly dog heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled the Khanate cave abode. He continued to cultivate. After the chaotic heavenly dog returned, its temperament changed drastically. It was no longer arrogant. Instead, it became passionate about cultivation. No matter how the black hell chicken cursed it, it would smile and not dare to retort. It had really been taught a lesson by society. Another 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and smiled strangely. He had endured for 10 years. It was cursing time. Han Ju started cursing Li Xian'ao. Although he couldn't curse him to death, Han Ju still wanted to mess with him. How dare you dig out the eyes of my divine pet? This is not over. Han Ju decided to spend 5 days a year cursing. He would destroy this fellow's Tao heart. Just like that. Year after year passed. 30 years passed. Han Ju saw an email. Because of your curse, the human school's Li Xian'ao developed mental demons. Han Ju was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Great. Very good. Since he had a mental demon, Han Ju would curse him every 10 years. Han Ju thought that the constant cursing would affect his cultivation. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience in the forest. A white-robed man sat under a tree. He looked to be in his 40s and had a calm temperament. A wooden sword floated beside him. He was the human school's Li Xian'ao. At this moment, Li Xian'ao frowned. There was a murderous aura between his brows. He suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "You're going too far. Don't let me find you." That damned curse haunted him like a nightmare. Most importantly, he couldn't even predict its existence. "Junior, has your cultivation been affected recently?" A gentle laugh sounded. Countless leaves fell and circled in front of Li Xian'ao, forming a figure. This person wore a green Taoist robe. He had a sword at his waist and a grass rope tied to his forehead. His black hair fluttered and he had a handsome face. Upon seeing him, Li Xian'ao couldn't help but snort. "What are you doing here?" This person was the eldest disciple of the human school, Li Daokong. Li Daokong smiled. "The immeasurable calamity is about to begin. I'm worried that you want to get involved." Li Xian'ao snorted. "So what if I'm involved? Are you afraid that if I die, you'll die too? Brat, how can you think of me like that? Stop pretending to be a good person. Others might not know about you, but I know deeply." Li Daokong smiled and didn't say anything else. He stared at Li Xian'ao and suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Have you been cursed?" Li Xian'ao's expression instantly turned ashen. "None of your business." Li Daokong raised his right hand and pointed at him. Li Xian'ao instinctively raised his hand to block, but he was still struck. His robes fluttered as the murderous aura between his brows dissipated. His cultivation, Li Xian'ao frowned, feeling extremely indignant. He had always wanted to surpass his senior, but the difference between the two of them was becoming greater and greater. They were clearly at the same cultivation realm, so why was there such a huge difference in strength? "The Heavenly Emperor invited me to the Heavenly Court to preach the Tao. During this period of time, don't run out. Otherwise, you might be used by others and become someone who will face the calamity," Li Daokong said solemnly. Li Xian'ao said angrily, "Do you really think I'm ignorant? Besides, how many people in the immortal world are my match? New chapters are published on Light Novel World." Calmly Daokong said, "You've been cursed recently and even developed mental demons. From your attitude, it's obvious that you don't even know who the other party is." Li Xian'ao's expression darkened. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Cultivation was endless. Cultivation was endless. Although the Heavenly Court had declared war on the Demon Court, the reroll world had always been peaceful. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju's soul finally welcomed the opportunity to transform. With the help of the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, he successfully broke through to the rank 2 immortal emperor realm, and his dermic powers increased greatly. The reason why he cultivated so quickly was that he had fused with the Great Tao fragments previously, causing his cultivation level to rise until he was not far from breaking through. Even if it wasn't far, it still took him more than 100 years to break through. After reaching rank 2 Immortal Emperor realm, Han Ju used the simulation trial to challenge the Heavenly Emperor. Unfortunately, he only lasted for 3 seconds. The Heavenly Emperor was too powerful. Han Ju had no choice but to undergo the simulation trial with Jiang Yi to train his combat experience. However, Jiang Yi was too weak, so Han Ju had to hold back every time. Fighting the injured victorious fighting Buddha was much easier. Han Ju wanted to know how strong he was at his peak. Of course, it was only a thought. He didn't want to really encounter that. At least, not now. In a good mood after the simulation trial ended, Han Ju started cursing the Demon Emperor and Li Xian'eo while checking his emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has obtained the providence of the devil race. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor, X23, your grand disciple Murong Qi was attacked by demons, X321002, your grand disciple Murong Qi has obtained the Tao fruit of his previous life again. His soul has transformed. Your grand disciple Fang Liang met a mighty figure by chance and obtained his guidance. He comprehended a great mystical power. Your good friend Di Taibai was attacked by a demon saint and was severely injured. Your good friend Marshal Shenpeng has jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation and regained the immortal emperor's providence. How intense! Han Ju didn't understand why the heavenly emperor wanted to fight with the demon court before the tribulation. If this continued, both sides would weaken each other. What benefits would there be? Wait. Follow current novel on Light Novel World. Could it be that they wanted to weaken each other to avoid being targeted by the heavenly Tao? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, this had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was stay in the reroll world. The immeasurable calamity had nothing to do with him. At the same time. Heavenly Court, Imperial Garden. The Heavenly Emperor and Li Daokong were drinking in the pavilion. Oh. Your junior was cursed by a book. The Heavenly Emperor asked in surprise. Li Daokong nodded. His Majesty knows my junior's cultivation level. The person who can curse him must be very strong. I'm worried that he might want to control the tribulation. The Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. To be honest, some immortals and gods of our heavenly court have also been cursed by a book. The 4 extreme emperors and I can't figure out the true mastermind. Not only the heavenly court but the Buddhist sect was also cursed by a book. The heavenly rage divine Buddha and the dragon subduing Buddha were cursed to death one after another. Li Daokong frowned. So many factions were cursed. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. The heavenly emperor said faintly, there are always people who want to control the tribulation and walk the path of the devil ancestor. Li Daokong sighed. Back then, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races were at their peak. The devil race secretly sowed discord between them, causing the 3 races to fight to the death and trigger countless calamities. At that time, he almost succeeded. Unfortunately, he encountered the Tao ancestor who appeared out of nowhere. Speaking of the Tao ancestor, Li Daokong's tone was filled with admiration. The creators of the 3 schools of the Tao sect were all personal disciples of the Tao ancestor. Li Daokong changed the topic. The 2 of us don't want to participate in this calamity, but the heavenly court is supported by the Tao ancestor. If the heavenly court is in trouble, we won't stand by and watch. The heavenly emperor smiled. I'll thank you in advance. The heavenly court only wants to transcend the calamity peacefully. In this lecture, are there any immortals that you're satisfied with? Li Daokong said, Long Jun and Murong Qi are quite talented. They're qualified to enter the deity realm. Especially Murong Qi. Murong Qi is the reincarnation of Profound Truth Divine Emperor. Oh. It's him. I've heard of him. It said that he has potential rivaling Dao's sovereign. Your Majesty, you're really powerful. You can actually revive him. It's not my method. The Heavenly Emperor smiled mysteriously. Li Daokong was even more curious. Just as he was about to ask, Di Taibai suddenly appeared. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The demon court sent an immortal emperor to destroy the mortal worlds. The first one they targeted was the fastest-growing reroll world, Di Taibai said in a low voice. The source of this chapter is Light Novel World. Kam Hanju was the most highly regarded prodigy of the Heavenly Emperor. Nothing must happen to him. The Heavenly Emperor asked casually, which immortal emperor? Son of the Great Rock, Golden Rock Demon Lord. Rank 2 immortal emperor. It's fine, let him go. Huh. Ignore him. You can leave. The Heavenly Emperor waved his sleeve. Although Di Taibai was puzzled, he didn't dare say anything. He bowed at Li Daokong and vanished on the spot. Li Daokong teased, did His Majesty also plant an immortal emperor in the mortal world? The Heavenly Emperor smiled without saying anything. Under the Fusang tree, Hanju finished his lecture. Hanju noticed that Li Yao's cultivation had already reached the perfected grand unity true immortal realm. He couldn't help but say, you guys have to learn from Li Yao. She's about to break through to the mystic immortal realm. Everyone's expression changed. Long Hao frowned. He was still a distance away from the mystic immortal realm. Ever since Li Yao came, he felt pressure on his cultivation speed. The son of the Heavenly Emperor was inferior to a child of heaven and earth. If news of this spread to the Heavenly Court, wouldn't it be a joke? Hanju noticed his expression. He was also puzzled. Long Hao's talent was actually inferior to Li Yao's. Was Li Yao too strong, or was it Long Hao's problem? Could it be because Long Hao had two souls? Even after becoming an immortal emperor, Hanju couldn't capture Hao Tian's soul. He hid it really well. Sister Li Yao is too powerful. Tu Linger looked at Li Yao in admiration. Li Yao was usually silent and was also a woman. In Tu Linger's eyes, she was very powerful. Everyone started discussing. The chaotic heavenly dog trembled in immense regret. If it had not left in the past, how strong would it be now? Content is taken from Light Novel World. After Yang Tiandong died, the title of the weakest in the hidden sect fell on it. At this moment, the Fusang tree suddenly shook violently. The two golden crows bristled and suddenly looked up at the sky. Everyone looked up and felt their blood run cold. A pair of terrifying eyes appeared in the blue sky and looked down on the entire mortal world. Hanju frowned and immediately checked the surrounding experts. Golden Rock Demon Lord, Rank 2 Immortal Emperor, Demon Court's Demon Lord. Rank 2 Immortal Emperor. Hanju frowned. Peace was still broken. He was also a Rank 2 Immortal Emperor, he could definitely defeat the other party. However, Hanju was worried that the Demon Emperor had targeted the reroll world. After all, the son of the Demon Emperor, Crown Prince Tianzi, had died in the void of the reroll world. Hanju immediately disappeared and reappeared in the void above the reroll world. A golden-winged great rock with boundless wings floated in the void. If it spread its wings, it could envelop the entire world. It was extremely huge. Immortal Emperor aura enveloped the void. Golden Rock Demon Lord's gaze landed on the tiny Hanju. Are you the guardian of this mortal world? The cultivation of a grand unity mystic immortal was really weak. Hanju nodded. Golden Rock Demon Lord snorted. Tell me, where did you get the Fusang tree? Greed appeared in his eyes. The Fusang tree was a divine tree. It was already extinct, yet it was actually discovered here. Could this be the reason why the providence of the reroll world had increased? Hanju pretended to be terrified. What do you want? What I want is naturally, Golden Rock Demon Lord smiled wildly. The primordial judgment sword suddenly appeared in Han Ju's right hand. The source of this chapter is Light Novel World. He suddenly raised his sword and slashed. He used his full power. Read at Wuxia World. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.